and gentlemen, our program will be commencing shortly. We invite you now to take your seats in the ballroom and switch your communication devices to the silent mode. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الحضور، سيبدأ البرنامج بعد قليل. نرجو من حضراتكم التكرم بأخذ مقاعدكم في القاعة وإغلاق جميع أجهزة الاتصال أو تحويلها إلى وضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates of the 21st IISS Manama Dialogue. Let me begin by thanking His Highness Sheikh Nasser, the National Security Advisor of the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Commander of the Royal Guard, for hosting the splendid opening dinner last night and for encouraging and engaging in our high-level conversation on the imperative for security cooperation alongside U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. I would also like to thank His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa and the government of the Kingdom of Bahrain for their outstanding support for this dialogue and the IISS presence in the Middle East. The IISS is proud to convene this dialogue here in Bahrain, and while we meet at a time marked by volatility and fragility in the region and in the world, we also meet at a time where opportunities are beginning to present themselves for progress on an agenda that is perhaps a bit more hopeful and focused on peace, security, reconstruction, reintegration, and prosperity in the region. The IISS convenes important gatherings like the Manama Dialogue, but it is also a research organization at its core, and we are constantly looking for ways to make our research available and accessible. And at this 21st IISS Manama Dialogue, we're trying something new. We have developed for this year's summit the IISS Manama Dialogue 2025 AI Assistant, which is a prototype, but what it does is because we produce so much research and analysis on the strategic themes that are relevant to the discussion here at the dialogue, this AI assistant is intended to make it easier to find and summarize our research and hopefully inspire discussion. This platform is being made available to registered delegates at the dialogue, and it is only accessible here on the Wi-Fi. It draws on a curated data set comprising IISS publications and selected publicly available open source material. So you use it, you interact with it via a chat assistant. I encourage you to give it a try and let us know how you get on and how we can improve this further. And speaking of technology, some of you know this already, but we are technologically enabled also to guide our conversation here. So if delegates would like to ask a question, make an intervention, and there's a two-step process involved. You need to take your delegate badge and insert it into your microphone unit at your seat. You all will have noticed that you have a microphone unit at your seats. You insert that on the side, then you press the speak button, and then your microphone will light up green. That doesn't mean it is a live microphone, but it does mean that you're in the queue of the people seeking the floor, and when I then select you, I can activate your mic. It will then turn from green to red, and then you have a live microphone to ask your question and make your comment. And with that, it is now my pleasure to start our first plenary session, which has the title, The Future of Global Security Governance. Structural changes in global governance are occurring due to new geopolitical priorities of major players and the struggle of many to ensure coherent and effective geopolitical engagement. And many powers are pursuing geopolitical and geoeconomic objectives in tandem, and we have seen a multitude of bilateral and minilateral relationships develop in parallel to multilateral forums. And this session will discuss how international and regional powers seek to shape the international system to advance their security interests. And it's an honor to welcome three distinguished speakers to this session: Ayman Safadi, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jordan; Dr. Johan Wadefuhl, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany; and the Right Honorable Yvette Cooper, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. They will each offer their remarks from the podium, and we will then immediately open for questions. And a reminder to all of us that plenary sessions at the Manama Dialogue are on the record. Ayman, may I invite you to take the podium? Thank you very much.
Good morning to you all, and allow me to start by expressing our gratitude to our gracious host, the Kingdom of Bahrain. Abdul Latif, thank you so much for hosting us, and also thanks go to IISS for their continued efforts to bring us together for what has truly been very open, very frank and very useful conversation over many, many years. So thank you all for having us, and I'm honored to be here along with my colleagues Johan and Evet on this forum. Bastian told me I have 8 minutes. I'm going to try and be shorter and probably yield my time for a more interactive conversation. But I'll try and be very brief, and I think I'll start from the title of our session, Global Security, and I think those two were on governance, and I think the three words really show how interconnected everything we're going to be addressing today is. Global, because it is true, our security is interconnected. Conflict in one part of our world is definitely going to have consequences for the rest of the world. So it is imperative that we look at all the challenges that we have from the point of view that all of us are going to be affected by whatever security challenges that emerge in any part of our world. And obviously, security is key for governance, and again, security needs to be looked at in its comprehensive sense, not just military hard security, but also soft security that addresses other challenges that undermine security. And obviously, we have security, we have governance, and again, everything is interconnected in that way. Unless we have proper security, we're not going to have proper governance. And I think no place in the world offers that many challenges related to all those issues than our part of the world, than our region. We continue to suffer tremendous security challenges. The crises in the region continue to have a global impact, and the absence of security is definitely impacting our ability to put in place governance structures that could yield the results of ensuring stability and peace and prosperity for the region, and ultimately the consequences of that for the world at large. I cannot but be specific because we're dealing with reality here, and the Manama dialogue has always been about being real and not being theoretical, and I think the biggest challenge that we still have is Gaza. Thankfully, we finally have a ceasefire, and it took for President Trump himself to interfere and make sure that we get to a ceasefire. And that is imperative. We have as a priority now to make sure that that ceasefire is stabilized, that it's not broken, and that the agreement that produced the ceasefire is committed to in all its components. When we started approaching the final days leading to the ceasefire, I think the priority for all of us was to end the bloodshed, because the continuation of the killing, of the massacre, was not going to yield anything but more destruction, more killing, more hatred, more dehumanization. The humanitarian catastrophe that was deepening in Gaza was starting to have even a larger impact. People were starving, children were dying from the lack of baby formula, from food, and the impact was, really becoming more intolerable for all of us. So I think the priority was to get the ceasefire, stop the starvation, allow for aid to come in conditions that would have been definitely, inevitably conducive to displacement of Palestinians, and then talk another day for the politics. So the real work begins now. How do we ensure security? Back to our... And unless we have security, we're not going to be able to move forward. We're not going to be able to have governance. So ensuring security for both, for Palestinians, for Israelis, is the key next step that we must all work towards. And we're all in the Arab Muslim group, along with our partners in Europe, and also along with the United States. And again, the proposal by President Trump that opened the door for ending the catastrophe and moving forward towards a better future is the thing on which we all are focused. How do we translate that proposal into action, into plans, into steps, into measures that guarantee the security and for all, for both, for Israelis and for Palestinians? So I think it is imperative that we have a Palestinian police that is in charge of the security of the Palestinians. That needs to be supported by an international stabilization force. We all agree on that. But we all agree that in order for that stabilization force to be able to be effective in getting the job done, it has to have a Security Council mandate so that other countries can come in, and so that we really work out the details of the interfacing between the international force and the Palestinian force, which again must be in charge of security of the Palestinians. And that international stabilization force could do a major work in deconfliction, and also in helping the Palestinian police. And we in Jordan, along with our brothers in Egypt, have said repeatedly that we're willing and ready and able to train Palestinian police and deploy that force. Of course, the elephant in the room is going to be Israeli presence in Gaza. Israel remains in about 53% of Gaza. It is just, and again, I'm speaking here from the point of view of being practical, of trying to increase the workability of the plans that we have on the ground right now. With Israel staying in Gaza, I think security is going to be a challenge. So it is imperative that we have a timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. Israel cannot stay in 53% of Gaza and then expect security to be achieved. So I think we have to look at all these things when it comes to security. We have to, deploy the Palestinian police, make sure that we have a clear scope of work for the Palestinian police vis-à-vis the international stabilization force that needs to be there, and work out a mechanism for dealing with the Israeli troops that are still in Gaza, and we all know that it's going to have to be a process to get them out. And I think it is imperative that we also have a deconfliction mechanism so that we don't have that confusion and we don't have security challenges being dealt with Israeli forces over the heads of the Palestinian police, which is going to create a problem. So how do we create a mechanism for deconfliction is something that I think we're going to have to address in order for us to be able to ensure that whatever security arrangements we put on the ground are going to be workable and are going to achieve their goal of stopping the bloodshed and not allowing for the conflict to re-erupt. And of course, it comes to governance. Once we have security, we're going to have to look at governance. And I think it is also imperative that Palestinians are ruled by Palestinians. I think, with all due respect, it's not going to work to bring people from outside the region to rule Gaza. And that's why I think the discussion now is on a Palestinian apolitical technocratic commission that somehow has to be linked to the PA, because we have to make sure that Gaza remains part of the occupied Palestinian territory, because all of us in the world agree that the two-state solution is the only path to the just and lasting peace that we all want. And I think in order for that two-state solution to be realized, Gaza and the West Bank must remain an integral part of each other and must be the ground on which the Palestinian state will have to eventually emerge as the condition for just and lasting peace that we all want. So we will have that, hopefully we will have that Palestinian commission that will be running the affairs of Gaza, and that commission should be supported. And I think we all realize the need for what I call personal international assistance mission that would come in and help the Palestinians in addressing the many challenges of ruling a place that has been turned to a wasteland over the past 2 years. Civil order has collapsed, there's no security structure, no functioning government structures, no health services, all the infrastructure that is needed to maintain stability are gone, and therefore it is imperative that the world stands by the Palestinians that they try to rebuild. And I think, again, if we get that international assistance mission with clear mandate as, to help the Palestinians not only in planning but also in capacity building, instituting building, I think that is also something that we have to look at. And of course, getting aid is a must. Gaza must be flooded with aid. After all this, the suffering the past 2 years, it is incomprehensible that aid should be a problem right now. The whole world is ready to send aid to Gaza, and I think Israel needs to lift obstacles against the entry of aid and against the ability of the UN organizations and other humanitarians to be able to do their job and to deliver the aid in Gaza. So if we do that, I think we'll be stabilizing for now, and then ultimately, of course, the big question is how do we create a political horizon that will restore hope, that will restore faith in the viability of peace, and convince people after 2 years during which, as I said, hatred, dehumanization have dug so many deep roots. Only if we restore hope, only if we restore faith in the viability of the peace process, that would deliver a future of peace that will guarantee the rights of the Palestinians and will also guarantee the right of Israel to security and acceptance. That is the only way we can move forward, and that's the only way in which we can ensure security, in which we can ensure governance, and ensure that the world at large is not going to be once again affected by what's going to happen in our part of the world, and that the conflict will not erupt. Of course, key to the stabilization of Gaza is the West Bank, because whatever we do in Gaza, if the West Bank erupts, that's going to be undermined. And therefore, it is also a must that we all come together and make sure that we prevent any actions that is going to lead to the eruption of violence or destabilization on the West Bank. And it is clear that unilateral measures that undermine the two-state solution must be stopped. You cannot speak of a future of peace and security if people lose hope, and if settlements continue to grow at the pace that we see. If the West Bank is annexed, then that is going to be the last nail in the coffin of all our aspirations for peace. And I think it was extremely important that President Trump was unequivocal when he said he will not allow the annexation of the West Bank. And that's something for which we're grateful, because that is a statement that President Trump is protecting the peace that must be the future of this region. Because if the West Bank is annexed, then there is no peace to talk about. So I think with the President coming on so strongly, so unequivocally, saying the West Bank cannot be annexed, I think that's a statement also that could be interpreted to mean that the President will protect the prospects of peace that are essential for our region and for the world at large. So I think the real work, the real hard work begins now when it comes to Gaza and the Palestinian issue. We have the ceasefire, as I said, must be protected, but now all of us need to come together with ideas to see how we can move forward, stabilize, but also move towards a better future. And here I must emphasize also the role of Europe. I've got European colleagues here on the panel, and I think the role of Europe is key. Europe has traditionally been the largest donor to the Palestinian issue. We're going to need them in the reconstruction process of Gaza, which is going to be enormously expensive. And I think Europe's role is important, not just in terms of providing the funds, but I think Europe should also have a seat on the table in our discussion, along with the region, along with the US and other global partners, in trying to work out a future that's going to be a future of peace and stability for the Palestinians. I move to another regional hotspot, which is Syria. I think Syria has been a good success story thus far. Syria must succeed. We must do everything we can to help the Syrian government in its efforts to rebuild Syria on grounds that guarantee its security, territorial integrity, safety of its people, and representation of all its people. Because if Syria, God forbid, falls into chaos, everybody's going to suffer. And the global consequences of Syria falling into chaos are going to be extremely enormous in terms of terrorism, drugs, migration, and all of that. So stabilizing Syria is a key. We've got a government that took over Syria after 14 years of chaos. They're doing everything they can to rebuild, and I think they deserve our support, full support, in helping them overcome the challenges that they face, with a view, again, to rebuilding the country on grounds that restore hope to the Syrian people that their future is not going to be fraught with the despair and anger and oppression that marked their recent history. And again, Israeli meddling in Syria is something that has got to stop. The Syrian government is unequivocally saying it wants to focus on rebuilding its country. It does not want to be any security challenges with anyone. It will not pose a threat to anybody outside its territory. And it said it's committed to the 1974 armistice with Israel. And it said it's willing to respect whatever legitimate security guarantees that Israel has in Syria. Against this backdrop, it is just unacceptable that Israel continues to meddle in Syrian affairs, occupying Syrian land, and meddling in Syrian domestic issues, thus destabilizing the country. So that is something that I believe is of great consequence, and I think all of us in the region and beyond have an interest in Syria succeeding.
Minister, thank you very much. That's a lot on the table.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I took more than I thought I would take, but the issues are too many. But again, I'm grateful to you all, and I look forward for our conversation. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. Thank you very much for outlining the steps that need to be, practical steps that need to be taken on the basis of the moment that has now been created. And there's probably a good conversation to be had about pace and what is achievable in what time frame. Thank you very much. I now turn to Johan Wadefull.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure to be here this morning. I would like to thank, first of all, the IISS for inviting me once again. It's very good. I'm delighted to see my good friend, Sir John Chipman, once again. And I would like, of course, also to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for the hospitality, my good friend. It's really a privilege to be here this morning. Damascus is a paradise of the world. These are the words of the great geographer al-Muqaddasi, who traveled the Arab world and mapped it in the 10th century. As a foreign minister, my work allows me to be sort of a traveler myself. As it happens, before I came here to Manama, I got to see Damascus with my own eyes. And what I saw there was not a paradise, but the ruins and the rubble of a civil war that a murderous regime waged against its own people. But I also saw hope. The fall of the Assad regime marks a turning point in Syria's modern history, a chance for social reconciliation and for economic reconstruction. This process will be challenging, but already today I can see that Syria is much freer than it was 1 year ago. We know, you know, that the political process still needs to become more inclusive and participatory. To put it simply, minorities must be protected. The Syrian state should be one where everybody finds its place. On this long path to peace, Germany is ready to accompany and to support Syria. We are committed to a positive future for Syria. But Syria is not the only example of positive change in this region, despite all its challenges. I'm happy and relieved to finally see progress in Gaza. We see hope around the region, a vision for a peaceful and prosperous future. We are grateful to President Trump for his strong commitment and for getting the 20-point plan done and agreed. We are grateful especially to our Arab partners, without whom a ceasefire and this very plan would not be achieved. And the Kingdom of Jordan and you, my friend, belong to these very core negotiators before the plan was revealed. Let us now again work together to support the 20-point plan and to iron out some crucial details, like the role of the PA and the pathway to a two-state solution. We all have a positive vision for the future of Gaza, one in which Israelis and Palestinians live in two states side by side in peace and security. My government fully supports this vision. We are one of the most important donors to humanitarian support to the people in Gaza and, by the way, to the PA as well. We have helped build Palestinian state institutions for more than 30 years. We will not stop now. For this mission to succeed, 3 main steps need to be taken. First, we still need more humanitarian access. The situation for civilians in Gaza remains dire. That is something I constantly raise with my Israeli colleague. Also, humanitarian assistance should not be politicized. Second, the International Stabilization Force in Gaza will need a clear basis in international law. We understand that this is of utmost importance to those countries who might be willing to send troops to Gaza and for the Palestinians. Germany also wants to see a clear mandate for this mission. And third, it is important that we pressure and contain those who actively work against this vision. Let us counter those who strive to instability and ensure that opponents to peace cannot succeed. In this spirit, I will do my part and reach out to those with influence in the region and beyond. We need to be clear. The only reason we finally see a positive development both in Syria and in Gaza is because we saw an alignment of forces. Not a complete alignment, of course. That never happens. But just enough to make it happen. And we keep going on. To be sure, there's still a lot of work on Gaza alone. But in this room, full of bright minds and bold leaders, let us think beyond the immediate. Just imagine, if we were to achieve a lasting peace in Gaza, we could use this precious alignment to address other pressing security challenges of our world, from Russia's unrelenting aggression in Ukraine to the ravaging civil war in Sudan. We all share one common interest. That interest is peace. That interest is security. With that vision in mind, we can think in terms of opportunities rather than crises. Opportunities such as cooperation in the development of new technologies, new forms of energy, AI, nanotech, and so on. Opportunities in the development of the whole region between the Mediterranean and the Gulf as an economic powerhouse. Progress demands optimism, but it also requires action. Let us act together. Thank you so much.
Minister Walfur, thank you so much for those remarks. And I think you posed this question of how do we expand on this alignment of forces has created this moment. How do we expand the dynamic in a positive way? And I'm grateful that you also mentioned other opportunities that may then follow. And some of these themes are, of course, also on our agenda here at the Manama Dialogue. Yvette Cooper, if I may invite you to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Bastian. It is a great pleasure to be here in Bahrain to join friends on the stage. And let me begin too by thanking His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa and His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, and the International Institute for Strategic Studies for bringing us together. This, the 21st Manama Dialogue, which from the outset, this gathering has been an important opportunity to discuss, seek solutions for regional issues that impact the whole world. The Syrian conflict, efforts to curb Iran's nuclear program, the war in Gaza, or terrorism or cybersecurity. Today, I think it is crucial. It represents much more than that because security issues have never been more interrelated. The attacks on shipping in the Red Sea impacting on global trade, Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine impacting on the security and economies of Europe, the Middle East and beyond, and the unfolding crisis in Sudan that could have much wider regional and global implications. And this morning's session is on global security governance at a time when regional conflicts are impacting on global security, when multilateral frameworks are being questioned, but yet when international cooperation is crucial to achieving the security and peace that we all seek. So I want to just reflect briefly on some of those most serious regional challenges to our global security and why they require both that individual leadership and from individual nations, but also the coming together through modernised and agile multilateral partnerships and approaches if we are to succeed. Because as we meet today, as Eamon and Johan have talked about, the ceasefire in Gaza has been in place for nearly a month. And it comes after 2 years of the most unimaginable suffering, which sent destabilising shockwaves throughout the world. It is fragile, but it is in place, with many hostages finally returned to their loved ones, with urgently needed aid starting to increase, and a ceasefire that many thought would never happen, including, I suspect, many people here in this conference. And the fact that that ceasefire agreement was reached is a huge tribute to the leadership of the US and President Trump, working alongside Qatar, Egypt and Turkey in the negotiations, but also backed by many more, including Jordan, including Saudi, including the Arab League, including many partners across Europe and the world, all part of a diplomatic process through the summer. The work of the New York Declaration that rejected Hamas, the historic decision by the UK, France, Australia, Canada, Portugal and more to recognise the State of Palestine coming together at the UN General Assembly, and proposals put forward by many nations across the world towards a comprehensive plan for peace, not just a ceasefire, and ultimately the decisive leadership brought by President Trump and the US, drawing together the 20-point plan. But all of us know that this situation is still immensely fragile. We've seen further attacks, we've seen aid remain a trickle, not a flood, we've seen hostage families still waiting for some remains. And all parties must deliver on their commitments, and we need to also, all of us, lean in to make sure we have the momentum and the progress we need for a lasting peace, not simply the ceasefire. Gaza must not get stuck in a no-man's land between peace and war. And progress is urgent. The UK is committed to playing that part. I agree with Johan that critical is increasing the flow of aid. Humanitarian aid cannot be conditional. We cannot leave children still facing famine. We cannot leave families desperately needing medical healthcare support. We need the progress on the governance proposals for a Gaza free from Hamas and enabled by a reformed Palestinian Authority. And we will need the new security arrangements in place through the stabilisation force and Palestinian police as well. And the UK will support this through drawing forward on our expertise on civil-military coordination and weapons decommissioning. The planning for long-term reconstruction, helping to unlock private finance. And also, we should expect all of this to need to be underpinned not just by one, but by a series of UN resolutions. And we know there is only one way to get the just and lasting peace, which is the two-state solution of Israel and Palestine living peacefully side by side. But the challenges of the next stage are going to be harder than the first. And it would be easy at this point for individuals, for nations, to start to pull back or to walk away because the challenges get too hard. But we have come this far. We cannot put that progress at risk. And now is more important than ever for our international cooperation and for everyone to lean in. But while in Gaza there is a prospect of fragile hope, in Sudan right now there is just despair. And just as the combination of leadership and international cooperation has made progress on Gaza, it is currently badly failing to deal with the humanitarian crisis and the devastating conflict in Sudan, because the reports from Darfur in recent days are truly horrifying. Atrocities, mass executions, starvation, and the devastating use of rape as a weapon of war, with women and children bearing the brunt of the largest humanitarian crisis in the 21st century. For too long, this terrible conflict has been neglected, while suffering has simply increased. Whilst we have put forward resolutions at the UN Security Council demanding humanitarian access, over a year ago it was shamefully vetoed by Russia. 6 months ago, the key partnership, the conference in London, did not achieve the objective we needed of a common approach to ending this war. Today I am announcing from the UK government a further £5 million of humanitarian support in response to the violence in El Fasher, on top of the £120 million the UK is already providing this year across Sudan. But no amount of aid can resolve a crisis of this magnitude until the guns fall silent. So the world must do more. And that means we need to, just as we united in support of President Trump's peace initiative in Gaza, we need a new international drive to end the war in Sudan, with a ceasefire that can staunch the bloodshed, with the support not just within Sudan itself, but from across the world, and through the Quad, the UN, and every forum too. But whether it be through Sudan, whether it be in Gaza, or whether it be in Ukraine, where Russia's ongoing assault is threatening European security, and where no one wants a just peace more than Ukraine, and where we will continue to pursue economic sanctions until Putin abandons his failed war and gets ready to negotiate for peace. But in each of these cases, international cooperation has been and continues to be crucial. Sometimes that has taken new forms through the coalition of the willing, through the partnerships built up around achieving the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. But in each of those cases, that leadership, individual leadership, has depended on those strong partnerships in place. And that is why we need to continually modernise our global architecture to ensure that it can be there when we need it to deliver the security and the peace that all of us need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those remarks, and I think that call to action on delivering on commitments, on promises, but also broadening the perspective a little bit to point out that while we're making progress somewhere elsewhere, conflict is raging in quite extreme forms, and we might not quite have despite the many formats, some of which you mentioned, we haven't found a way to address that in even a remotely effective way. So we will now open up for questions. I will take maybe 5 or 6 in the first round, and then we'll return to the panel, and then we'll get another round in. We have about 50 minutes for discussion now, and as many of you know, we have a very active young leaders group here amongst us, so I will make sure that I call on a few of them as well as we go on. But first on my list is Simon Mail from the UK. Simon, your mic is live.
Thank you very much, Bastian. It's very understandable that the focus of all three speakers is the ongoing situation in Gaza, Israel, the Palestinian issues. But if you get a bigger map, one of the features of the Middle Eastern environment that I view as most hopeful at the moment is the military, economic, and ideological weakening of Iran. And although the Foreign Secretary mentioned the nuclear file, often that has been used by Iran as a cover for the activities of its proxies, the militias in Hamas, obviously Lebanon, the Hashd al-Shab in Iraq. And I'd just be interested to hear the panel's views on what we do now about Iran, because to my mind the weakening there offers huge hope for all those regions, because Iran's always used the Arab world as its strategic depth in a malign manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a few more from Oman and from the Young Leaders Group, Hailana Al-Busaidi.
Good morning, everyone. This is Hailana Al-Busaidi from the GCC General Secretariat. I just wanted to touch bases on Sudan. There is an extremely annoying international silence on what's going in Sudan and Al-Fashir. Sudan has the largest humanitarian crisis in the world, and a lot are not talking about it because it forces you to have a lot of uncomfortable conversations about anti-blackness and about who gets humanitarian aid extended to and who gets ignored. And this is how greed, racism, and power shapes who gets empathy and who gets ignored. Sudan is bleeding right now, and empathy isn't emotional. It's intellectual. What are governments doing right now to save Sudan?
Thank you very much. From the United States and from The Economist, Greg Karlstrom.
Thank you, Bastian. Greg Karlstrom, Middle East correspondent for The Economist. 2 questions for Minister Safadi. First, around security in Gaza. On that stage 2 years ago, you said there will be no Arab troops going to Gaza, none. Do you still think that's the case? And if there is a stabilization force made up entirely of non-Arab troops, will that have legitimacy in Gaza? And then second, around reconstruction, there's been some talk in Jerusalem and Washington about if Hamas refuses to disarm, starting the process of reconstruction to the east of the so-called Yellow Line, so in Israeli-controlled parts of Gaza. I'm wondering what you think about that.
Thank you very much. And from the Netherlands, Mayor Nouwens.
Thank you, Bastian, and thank you to the panel. In all of your remarks, you rightly discussed the role of countries from this region and from the West to ensure the ceasefire turns into a lasting peace and rebuilding of Gaza. But China, of course, is increasingly positing itself as a global leader on security, including through its Global Security Initiative. My question, therefore, is, seeing as it has taken a rather hands-off approach to engagement on security in this region in the recent conflicts, are you satisfied with China's role to date? And what are your expectations of China moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might take 2 or 3 more from Bahrain and the Young Leaders Group, Anauf Al-Awadi.
Good morning, Excellencies. I wanted to address my question to His Excellency Minister Ayman Al-Safadi. History in international relations has taught us that ceasefires can last between a few hours and a few decades. However, considering the volatility of the region, what are the mechanisms in place now and that will be in place in the future to ensure that both parties do not break the ceasefire and thus taking the region into another chapter of instability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take 2 more and then we'll return to the panel. I might give warning, Yvette, I might start with you and then we'll come to Johan and then Ayman, since there are a few that are directed specifically to you, we'll end the round with you. But let's take 2 more. Tom Beckett from the UK. Tom.
Thank you, Bastian. It's a short question, but since we've got 3 important foreign ministers on the stage, I'd like to know if they think if the international rules-based order is dead, and if they don't think it's dead, could they explain why?
Thank you, Tom. That's very crisp. And we'll take 1 more in this round from Saudi Arabia, Shafi Al-Damar.
Thank you so much. The proposal that was mentioned by Mrs. Cooper about the administration of Gaza is perfect. But how can the UK and other partners put an effort in order to encourage the other to go ahead with this plan, particularly the USA?
Thank you very much. So let's return to the panel for a round of responses, and then we'll turn again to the audience for a second round of interventions and questions. Yvette, may I ask you to start us off in this round?
Yeah, just to pick up a few of the questions. I think on Iran, we know that Iran has been obviously a long-term threat to the stability and security across this region, but also more widely in the UK. We have had Iran-backed threats on our streets too. So I think coordinated action in order to address the threats and the challenges from Iran will continue to be important. It's why we took the approach, and Johan and I worked together on the snapback process, because we took the nuclear threats so seriously and will need to continue to do so. On the Sudan issue, I strongly agree with this question. I think this conflict has been ignored for far too long, and it is desperate. The scale of the crisis that is taking place, the scale of the atrocities that are taking place almost as we speak in Sudan, and the fact that millions of people face famine in Sudan. We need the same kind of international energy and commitment that we have seen rightly around Gaza, but we need that same level of energy and commitment around Sudan, most immediately to get the ceasefire, to get urgently needed humanitarian aid in place, but also to get respect for international humanitarian law in place on all sides, and the pressure to come from all nations on the parties involved as well. The issues around the security, some of the security issues, reconstruction issues in Gaza. I think the reconstruction we need to keep Gaza together, not have greater fragmentation within Gaza, and also to see this as the UK's strong, long-held view that we need the 2-state solution, and that does mean Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem to be part of a future Palestine living peacefully alongside the State of Israel. But we know there are so many steps in terms of maintaining this ceasefire. The question about how the ceasefire needs to be maintained at the moment. I believe that we should be seeking to strengthen a formal monitoring process, a formal independent monitoring committee to be able to deal with what will inevitably be incidents that will take place to ensure that they don't destabilise the ceasefire as a whole. Of course, that means we will need the progress both on what the governance processes should be, the transitional governance arrangements for Palestine to be led by Palestinians, but to know that there will need to be transitional arrangements and there will need to be those security guarantees, the security and stabilisation forces in place. We know that none of this will be easy, but it does require everyone to lean in. And in terms of how China plays into this, well, I hope, as a for example, as we will need UN resolutions, and I think a series of them, to underpin this process at different stages along the way, I hope China will strongly support those UN resolutions, because although there have been different leaderships, different regional processes, ultimately we will need the underpinning of that UN process to provide the right kind of legal framework as well. Which goes, I think, then to Tom's final question about, is the international rules-based order somehow over? I think what we are seeing at the moment is something that is more varied and more high energy, that's taking place with different forms of leadership and regional partnerships and frameworks in order to drive the response to individual conflicts. But ultimately, they need to be underpinned, as we've seen in Gaza, by the UN resolutions, by that international rules-based order and by that international process. So yes, I strongly believe in still a rules-based order. It needs to modernise, but it needs ultimately to underpin any work that we do to deliver security and peace.
Thank you very much. Johan.
Yeah, thank you. And Yvette already mentioned that the United Kingdom, Germany and France are working in the E3 format on the Iran failed together. And of course we took the nuclear threat very seriously and had to trigger, unfortunately, the snapback mechanism. We included in all our talks with Iran, of course, the behavior of Iran here in the region, and of course also the missile program, and we will do so also in the future. And as we said to Iran, we are ready for new negotiations. We are ready. We are waiting for a call, which we didn't receive right now. But of course, the behavior of Iran here in the region will also be part of our further negotiations with Iran. Sudan is absolutely an apocalyptic situation there, the greatest humanitarian crisis of the world, which must not be overseen. Violence against the civilian population must stop immediately. The RSF have publicly pledged to protect civilians, and they will be held accountable for these actions. And on the other side, expelling senior World Food Program representatives is nothing but cynicism. So SAF needs to reverse this decision. A ceasefire is needed. We warn against the division of the country. China's role in the world is a very important one, but China has to play a more productive role, as it is one of the P5 members of the Security Council, and it has a special responsibility to contribute to peace, not only in Ukraine, but also in this very region. And we do not see a readiness in China, and encourage them to be active in Ukraine with all its influence on Russia, as well as here in the region. Gaza is mainly, Ayman, you are asked to give an answer, and as the two of us just met 2 days ago, we are reading from the same page. I would say only one sentence. We really have to speed up. My fear is that we are that we are running out of time. Ceasefire is good. That was very necessary. We need a surge of humanitarian aid, as I said before, but we really need to fill the vacuum within the Gaza Strip for security, for administration, and we really have to do that as soon as possible in order to avoid that Hamas is again taking over, I would say, power in the Gaza Strip, and that, of course, could be again a motivation for Israel to once again use military force, and that, of course, is not the way ahead we are planning. So please, everybody, let's step up and let's become quicker. And I know that you are in your format convening in the next days. This is very important. Lastly, the international rules-based order is challenged as each and every legal system. So in Germany, it is forbidden to murder people, but it's happening. So, but this is normal, and our legal system is not over. It is violated, yeah? On a daily basis. If you go to traffic in thousands or millions of times, but it's not over. You see that we now, in this very situation, with regard to the Gaza Strip, have a consensus, nearly a consensus, I would say, that a new Security Council mandate is needed to legitimate the use of force through the international stabilization forces further on. That shows that in the end of the day, everybody is going back to our international rules-based order, and that we are on a very good way to defend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ayman, may I invite you to address some of the questions, in particular the ones that were asked to you directly on how do we assure adherence to the ceasefire and prevent future instability, but then also legitimacy of the stabilization force. Those questions, please.
Thank you so much. I mean, again, very, very quickly, Sudan, I echo the comments of my colleagues here. Sudan has got to be addressed. Sudan has not received the attention it deserves. A humanitarian crisis of inhumane proportions is taking place there, and I think we've got to stop that. And we all need to come together to do that. On Iran, I think we all in the region want good relations with Iran. Iran is part of the region, and therefore working out a mechanism in which Iran is integrated and part of the region is a priority for all of us. But in order for that to happen, we really need to address the causes of tension with Iran, and why is it that many of us in the region have had problems with Iran in the past, and that means addressing its regional policies and ensuring that we move towards relationships on the basis of non-interference in the affairs of others and respecting the sovereignty of other countries. So we need to engage in that dialogue, and we need to make sure to get to that point. If we just focus on the nuclear file alone, I think that does not address all the reasons for problems in this aspect of the region. But I think let's put everything on the table and have a very frank, open dialogue. Why we are here, what are the reasons, address them, and then move forward. And the only way for that is to make sure that everybody respects sovereignty, territorial integrity of the other, and there's no interventionism or meddling in the affairs of the others. I think on Gaza, look, I mean, ultimately, the agreement that has been reached needs to be respected, adhered to by all parties. It took us 2 years to get there, and finally we have something. It's not ideal, but it's a very, very important start. It saves lives. So everybody has to be committed to the ceasefire agreement that was reached. Going forward, I think it is imperative that we understand that we need to go step by step, but not towards an unknown. We need to go step by step towards a clear end game. For now, stabilizing Gaza, ensuring that we address the catastrophic consequences of the war, but ultimately that should be linked to a political horizon that would deliver the just and lasting peace, whose only path is the two-state solution. We cannot have a fragmentation of Gaza, and I agree totally with you, Yvette, and Johan and I have had this conversation. Gaza is one, and Gaza is part of the occupied Palestinian territory. So I don't want to be addressing theoretical possibilities right now, but I would say is that in order for us to get to the end game that we all want, which is lasting and just peace, Gaza needs to be one. Everybody needs to adhere to the ceasefire agreement, and all the hard work in terms of working out security mechanisms, governance and political horizons must continue. On the stabilization force, look, I mean, I can speak for Jordan, and I can tell you what His Majesty has said not too long ago. We're too close to the issue, and we cannot deploy troops on Gaza to police Gaza. That said, we can do a lot more. In terms, again, we've been playing a major role in being a humanitarian hub for Gaza. We can train the Palestinian police. We can cooperate with the International Stabilization Force in terms of also offer training and be part of command and control and offer whatever help that we can. But being on the ground is something that we do not entertain because, as I said, we're too close to the conflict. But the key, again, the word that I think we're approaching this from is workability. We all want the same thing. There, again, the President Trump's plan has a lot of ideas. How do we make them more workable? How do we create conditions that would ensure they deliver their objective of ensuring the end of conflict and getting us to peace? And workability, within that definition, it is imperative that Palestinians are secured by Palestinians, that Palestinians are governed by Palestinians. You cannot have the International Stabilization Force doing the policing of the Palestinian community. Remember, you're talking about over 2 million people who have been traumatized over 2 years, as I said, where civil order has collapsed. So it is imperative that there is a Palestinian police that's well-trained, well-equipped, acting with a very clear mandate in cooperation with a stabilization force that will be offering support, offering assistance, and also deconflicting with the Israelis. And again, I think one major issue we're going to have to address is a timeline for Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. I do understand that is contingent on putting all the pieces together, but I think all of us are committed to working together to putting all those pieces together. And in the Arab Muslim group that's led by Saudi Arabia, we've been doing a lot of work on that. I can assure you we're not short of ideas. We have enough ideas that will ensure the workability of the plan, and we'll be discussing those ideas with our partners in the US and Europe as well. So this is what we need to be doing. How do we make conditions work? And ultimately, again, I link it back to the West Bank. Ultimately, we need to restore faith and peace. What is the end game? The end game must be peace. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in the same vicious cycle. We've got to ask, we've got to look at the root cause of conflict. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict needs to be resolved. The world agrees that 140 plus countries have recognized the Palestinian state. And that is extremely important in terms of it reflecting where the world stands on the future of the conflict. We have the New York Conference Declaration that clearly states what needs to be done. If we're all committed to that, if we all work together on that, I think we'll be able to move to a better future and restore hope. And again, guarantee peace and security for Palestinians and for Israelis. Other than that, I think we'll find ourselves in the same vicious circle and over again. So all of us are ready to do their parts. We in the kingdom are definitely willing and ready to do our part. And I think in cooperation and complementarity with our partners, we should be able to move forward.
Thank you very much. I have more than a dozen people on the list here seeking the floor. So I'll try and get to many of you now in a second round. And we'll start with Edward Brown from the UK.
Thank you very much indeed. My question is about the Gaza Stabilization Force, and I'm sorry if I sound a little bit like a dog with a bone. But we've heard from all of the speakers the critical nature of humanitarian aid, reconstruction, and even monitoring, which of course we all agree with. But the lack of an international security force in Gaza has led already to a security vacuum which puts the ceasefire at risk and the world's ability to deliver those other very critical functions. Now, we've heard and completely understand that Jordan will not deploy troops on the ground, but of course somebody must. Are you able to say a little bit more about what is the plan, who leads it, who trains it, and what time frame? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from the Young Leaders Group and from Jordan, Mohammed Hawash.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, thank you for naming the use of rape as a weapon of war in Sudan. It's one of the ugliest crimes that could be committed. So my question is for the whole panel, what are you doing to fight back, not only in Sudan, also in Palestine? There have been tens of cases after the release of Palestinian hostages emerging about the use of rape as a weapon of war by Israeli soldiers who carry British and German weapons. So what are you doing to fight back there as well?
Thank you. From Germany, Ben Schreier.
Thank you, Bastian. My question is for Foreign Minister Wadepoel and Secretary Cooper. I mean, you both spoke about the need for much increased European efforts to help stabilize the conflicts in this region, but I wonder how realistic this is, given that, Ukraine, for instance, quickly runs out of money and weapons and is arguably much closer to home. There's economic pressures in Europe and skeptical public, so I wondered if you could maybe comment on how do you ensure that much increased assistance can actually be forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the UK, Leila Moran.
Thank you very much, Bastian and the panel. I want to build on Tom Beckett's excellent question earlier, which was actually my first question about the international rules-based order, because I'm hearing it on doors in the UK, which I never thought I would. Normally it's potholes and dog poo, but the international rules-based order is coming up as an election issue. So what is the point of it if countries pick and choose what they decide that they're going to enact? And I give the specific example of the ICJ advisory opinion on the occupation, which came out in 2024. The UK still hasn't responded. I don't know about Germany and Jordan, but when are countries going to abide by the decisions taken in the international rules-based order so that we can report back to people and say, actually, it matters and it works?
Thank you very much. I'll take a few more from Singapore, Hussein Zulisham.
Thank you. I just had one question for all the panelists. According to Palestinian public polls, the support for the Palestinian authorities are at an all-time low. Do you believe that it is feasible to continue support, and are there plans to buttress its legitimacy?
Thank you very much. From the Young Leaders Group and from Bahrain, Mahdi Ghulam.
Well, hello, thank you, Your Excellencies. This is Mahdi Ghulam from the ORF Middle East think tank. So the common conception amongst observers is that the Gulf states will be the major financiers of reconstruction in post-conflict areas such as Syria and Gaza and others. How do the panelists read this prediction? And what parallel avenues are there for reconstruction financing? And what role do you see your respective countries or multilateral institutions playing?
Thank you very much. From the United States, Abigail Houselaner.
Thank you. President Trump's peace plan includes disarmament of Hamas. Could you speak a little bit about, this is for, Minister Safadi, who will disarm Hamas if that is an objective to be completed? Who specifically should do that? What does disarmament of Hamas mean? And if the disarming force is a Palestinian police force, as he described as the people who should be policing Gaza, will that include people previously affiliated with Hamas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the UK, Matthew Simmons.
I'd like to ask the panel what makes them think that Israel has any genuine intention of pulling out of the 52% of Gaza that it occupies, and what might change that intention.
Thank you very much. Also from the UK, Robert Ward.
Thank you, Bastian, and thank you to the panel. A question to the Foreign Secretary, if I may. The UK has growing security commitments across the world, in Europe, in this region, and of course in the Indo-Pacific. Expectations of the UK's role and support are also very high amongst allies and partners such as Japan and others. How does the UK balance or maintain these expensive commitments given the severe constraints on the UK's domestic resources? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more and then we'll return to the panel. From Germany, Sascha Bruchmann. Sascha.
Good morning, Excellencies. You all mentioned the UN Security Council resolution on Gaza, and in the background of the snapback sanction is the UN Security Council resolution. We heard the Russians and Chinese would have not allowed it had it not been for the way that they were designed. So my question with the resolution discussion on Gaza is, are we seeing that global geopolitics has an influence on the UN Security Council? Is it going back to a state where closer to the Cold War, where the big powers cannot agree, and there's a bit less of a role for the UN Security Council to play in peacekeeping, peace enforcement, and what we've gotten used to over the last 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, in this round, from the UAE, Mina Al-Oraibi.
Mina Al-Oraibi from The National. Thank you. The future of global security governance will require, beyond just the announcements of disarmament, making sure that those carrying the weapons have a place to go, reintegration into society, be it PKK members dropping their arms and crossing the border from Turkey to Iraq, be it different armed groups in Syria. What role can governments that are represented in the panel play to help in disarmament actually becoming societal reconstruction beyond bricks and mortar?
Thank you very much. So let's return to the panel. Ayman, I'll start with you in this round, and then we'll move our way back, and then we see how we're doing for time, whether we can have a third round. There's still a few people on the list. I haven't forgotten you. We'll see how we get on. Ayman.
Thank you so much. Just quickly on the international law. I don't think we have a problem with the international law. I think we have a problem with the quite often selectivity in the application of international law, and that is something that needs to be addressed, because it is, without the rule-based order, I think we'll be living in chaos. So I think we really have to take a deep look into what has happened over the past few years, and why is it that international law is losing its credibility. On the issue of, again, Gaza. Look, I mean, I've got to be honest with you, we're still working out ideas. I mean, everybody's in discussion. I think what we know is that everybody wants this conflict over. All of us want the same end game here. Question is, how do we make it work? And still a lot of ideas back and forth. It's not easy to address a situation as catastrophic that Gaza has become after 2 years of war. So many variables, as you said. But it's work in progress, and we're all working to that. But again, the point of departure is how do we make whatever ideas we put on the table work? And I think all of us have something to bring to the table in this conversation. On the issue of Hamas disarmament, I think, look, Hamas itself has said it will not be part of the governance of Gaza going forward. That we will have a Palestinian technocratic committee governing Gaza, supported by the international community within a clear mandate that will, again, ultimately make sure that Gaza stabilizes and moves forward towards a future of peace. A lot of details will have to be worked out. The Palestinian police that will have to take care of Gaza has to be vetted, trained, supported by all of us. The link to the PA must be there. So I think ultimately, we will be able to work out answers to all those questions, but it's still work in progress. And I think what we all know, though, is that Gaza has to be secure. That I think a lot of us agree that the policing has to be done by the Palestinian police, a Palestinian police force that should be vetted, accepted, trained, capable, enabled by all as well. And then everything is going to have to be part of an ecosystem. And the ecosystem should address the three major components after the ceasefire: humanitarian aid and early recovery, security, governance, and political horizon. I think within those four headlines, if everything has to work out into place, and once we do that, we'll be able to move forward. On the PA, look, I mean, the PA, we all support the PA. We recognize the PA as the representative of the Palestinian people. It's the government of the Palestinians. President Abbas has committed to major reforms. The PA itself is saying that it needs to be able to reform to be able to move forward, and that's something that we all support. And again, after 2 years of war in Gaza and the narrowing of political horizon, the loss of hope of Palestinians that there is a path forward, it is not unexpected for people to lose faith in everything, including institutions. But I think if we're able to restore hope, if we're able to say that there is an end game that would deliver the rights of the Palestinians within the context of the two-state solution, along with the reforms that President Abbas have committed to, I think we'll be able to restore people's confidence in the whole process. But one thing also we need to put on the table, Why is the PA not popular? Part of it has to do with politics, and part of it has to do with political realities. The PA is not being able to pay salaries right now. Because Israel is still withholding almost $3 billion in money it owes the Palestinians, and that's the taxation money that the Israelis collect on behalf of the Palestinians. There are hundreds of checkpoints in the West Bank, so if a Palestinian wants to move from a village to a village, it should take him 10 minutes. It's taking him 2 hours or 3 hours a day. That's why I keep saying we need to look at the whole ecosystem. And the PA has reforms that it said it wants to do, and we believe it must do, because that will be in the interest of the Palestinian people and the interest of the PA itself. But Israel has a lot to do as well. And all of us have a lot to do in terms of agreeing on how we move forward and challenging whatever that is going on wrong. And I think, again, back to the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that peace can be delivered through the two-state solution. Now we all know, and let's be realistic, now is not the time to achieve the two-state solution, because the components are not there for it. But now is definitely the time to protect the two-state solution. Because if we protect the two-state solution now, then we protect the future of peace for the whole region, because there's simply no alternative to that. So any measure that undermines the two-state solution must be challenged, and the party that undermines the two-state solution must be held to account. That is how we move forward, and that's how we maintain credibility of our narrative and our political position. So as I said, many details have yet to be worked out yet, but I think the good thing is that all of us have come together in the region and beyond to say we've got to end this problem, and we all remain in conversation on how to achieve that. And if I may, one word, we did not mention Lebanon at all, and I think it is imperative that we mention Lebanon as well, because Lebanon could be a success story. I think all the makings for Lebanon to stabilize are there, and I think all of us need to go back. Again, the golden rule is that support Lebanon institutions, support Lebanon's integrity and sovereignty, and we'll be able to move forward.
Thank you very much. Johan.
I can also associate myself completely with what Ayman said, especially on Lebanon, coming just from Lebanon and meeting the president, the foreign minister, and the prime minister. They are on a very good way to really bring the monopoly of power back to the state, which is very important, and they have our full support. I think I'm not only speaking for Germany, but also on the behalf of the European Union. So bringing the LAF, so the Lebanese armed forces, back to the role to be the only military power and police power in the state and to defend the state and its institutions is crucial, and they have our full support on that way ahead. The international rules-based order is still alive, and of course the justice system is part of that. And of course we have abided to decisions taken by the International Court of Justice. And the opinions prepare decisions, and of course we are reading these opinions, and they are of course very important. But for Germany it's absolutely clear that the International Court of Justice has to be defended, has to be workable, and that everybody has to abide to his decisions, and that is for everybody. Everybody is equal before this court and before the law. The good thing is, thinking about, you spoke, Ayman, about the bigger picture. The bigger picture we are reading all from the same page here in Europe, in the United States, and in the Muslim and Arab countries here around. Everybody knows that the two-state solution is the only solution to find a peaceful cooperation and to live peacefully and with a lasting peace together, Israelis and Palestinians. And that is also, in the end of the day, well known in Israel. And they want to defend, of course, also the Abraham Accord system and perhaps enlarge it and encourage other states to associate and to be part of that. And if so, and what I heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, especially in the Knesset, and also what he said in Washington, was he's had the clear will to do that. and we should take him by word, give him the chance, but also say what it means for the future, and that means to give Palestinians a chance for a state-building process, which has now to begin. And as I said before, we have to accelerate the speed, because rightly the question was raised, what about the vacuum of power we do now see within the Gaza Strip? So it is clear we need these international stabilization forces. Fortunately, a lot of Muslim countries have said they are ready to be part of it. You have heard it. It's Indonesia. It may be Pakistan and others as well. They have to decide whether they will be part of it. The precondition is, of course, we need again this UN Security Council allowance for that, the resolution. This is needed, but if it's there, they will be active and they will play a role. And of course, the readiness of the Kingdom of Jordan and Egypt to train the Palestinian police is very important, and I can only encourage both countries to really begin it right now, because if it's right that Palestinians you have started yesterday. You were ready to start yesterday. Okay, very good. That's a good sign, and I would really to thank you for that engagement. That is so important. And of course, these then have to play the role to disarm Hamas. This is a precondition, to be absolutely clear. Without disarmament from Hamas, without being very clear that Hamas itself cannot play a political role in the Gaza Strip, we will not come to a positive solution. But the will is there, and they will all have our support. And Germany, together with the UK and other European countries, we are ready to give assistance not only to the PA, which we have done before. We are one of the biggest donors for PA and for the Palestinians in the past, and we will do so in the future. We are ready to play an important role together with Egypt in the reconstruction conference, which we hope Egypt will host within the next weeks. And Germany is ready to be there in the Gaza Strip and elsewhere in Palestine, together with Egypt and with other countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Cooper. On these broader questions, but then there was also a specific question of how the UK might balance the multiple global commitments, fairly high expectations, but a resource constrained. Over to you.
Yeah. So starting with those questions, both for the UK, maybe for Europe as a whole, clearly one of the most immediate security challenges we face is the war in Ukraine and the additional pressures that means for us, for defence, for security. And it's one of the reasons why we are substantially, the UK government is substantially increasing our investment in defence, as is Germany, as are other European countries. And we know that we need to take on the greater responsibilities around that defence investment and security partnerships that are linked to that. But when it comes to other parts of the world, other areas, and including our role in terms of supporting the ceasefire and peace process in the Middle East, in many ways that will be a role which is about providing expertise and diplomacy and support for the role that other partners play. We too, alongside Jordan, have been involved in training Palestinian police officers, for example, in the past. That is something we would like to continue to support being able to do. We have expertise that goes back to the experiences in Northern Ireland, for example, on demining, and we have significant expertise in where we know that there are unexploded ordnances across Gaza as we speak that are preventing aid getting through, because no one knows whether streets are safe, whether buildings are safe, where we are putting additional funding into support through the UN and through some of our expertise and agencies based in the UK to be able to do those kinds of assessments, practical measures like that. that I think all of us need to be part of, and of course part of those international debates around some of the crucial questions. And the second area, I think, of questions was around some of those next steps on the ceasefire agreement, be it around the next steps in terms of Hamas response, the next steps in terms of the Israeli government response, the International Stabilization Force or the Palestinian police force. I think, look, at the heart of this is that all parties signed up not just to the immediate ceasefire agreement, but to a broader peace process and to the 20-point plan that was outlined by President Trump. And that means all parties needing to continue to be part of that. Hamas making commitments to disarm. Israel making commitments to be part of a process of withdrawing from Gaza. Yes, there are going to be steps along the way. None of these processes are going to be swift. There will be sometimes 2 steps forward, 1 step back in all of the different negotiations that will need to take place. But we have to hold everyone to that process. We will only be able to do so if we keep the momentum up. That means crucially getting the humanitarian aid flowing much more swiftly than it is already, but also the additional progress on what kind of the detail around the Palestinian Committee, so that Palestine is led by Palestinians, around the UN resolutions that we have discussed, and yes, the crucial work on the International Stabilization Force as well. On the decommissioning disarmament process, again, there are ways in which that can also be done through independent monitoring processes as well. And again, it will require creativity, but it's very, very easy to come up with all the reasons why things won't work. The challenge for us is what are the practical steps to make sure that it does. Questions, I think, on the UN, the rules-based order. I think Johan's responded to many of those about the importance of their international judicial institutions, but also the importance of the UN. Obviously, look, it is a challenge, the fact that a UN Security Council permanent member has invaded a sovereign nation next door. And that undermines actually many of the values of the UN founding charter. So that is challenging for the operation of the UN, but it doesn't mean we walk away from the UN processes, because we still recognise the importance of them and the importance of modernising the UN for the future as well. Just say something about, there was a question further about rape as a weapon of war. You know, it was 25 years ago yesterday that the global community made a commitment through UN Resolution 1325 to protect women and girls from the horrors of war, to ensure that they are not just the victims of conflict, but they can be leaders in peace. And that commitment must not be forgotten. It feels at the moment as though we have gone backwards on the use of rape as a weapon in war, on the use of sexual violence in conflict. We have a responsibility, again, all of us. Some of that is about the rules of war. Some of that is about the pressures around conflict, the response to conflict. Some of it is also, frankly, about the approach to tackling violence against women and girls in each of our own countries. We have made a commitment in the UK to halve violence against women and girls in a decade. We would love to work with countries across the world on those kinds of commitments, so that we ensure that that everyone can live in freedom from fear. Final point I wanted to say is the societal reconstruction question that was asked, not just about physical reconstruction, but societal reconstruction. I think this is crucial. Johan and I were in Northern Ireland a few weeks ago, in Belfast, where we are 3 decades on from the Good Friday Agreement, but we were hosting an event, the Berlin process, which was Balkan nations, Western Balkan nations, coming together as part of reconciliation and peace processes 30 years on from the Dayton Accord. And many of our discussions were actually about how challenging it can still be, even decades on from deep and serious conflicts, but how much it is about communities agreeing to work together, as well as about having the political commitments and the government commitments in order to make peace work. We know that peace isn't easy, but we also know that it matters more than anything else.
Thank you very much. We will start our next session in 31 seconds. We'll have a very short staging break now. But I'd like to thank the three ministers for such an engaging conversation and for dealing with the many questions that were posed to you and for putting your thoughts up for debate. I think we're off to a very good start, and the key theme is, of course, using this opportunity well, but not forgetting the many challenges that lurk just beyond, and getting the pacing and the ambition and the gradual progress right. I think that will be very hard. As you said, it's only going to get harder from here. Thank you so much. May I invite you all to thank our fantastic panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying here for this special address, which will be delivered shortly. Could I invite all of you who are having engaging conversations right now to find and then take your seats so you can hear from Doug Burgum, the U.S. Secretary of the Interior. Many of you who know the IISS Shangri-La and Manama dialogues know that we often have defense ministers, we have foreign ministers at the Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore. Every U.S. defense secretary since Don Rumsfeld until Pete Hesketh only a couple of months ago attended. Here we've had secretaries of state, secretaries of defense. We haven't yet had a Secretary of Interior, but I think the times call for a Secretary of Interior, especially one like Doug Burgum, who has a uniquely special background to address issues of concern in this region that have always addressed energy security. Doug Burgum was the governor of the state of North Dakota from 2016 to 2024. He would probably prefer me to say governor of the great state of North Dakota, as is often the custom in the United States. He's been long keenly interested in energy issues. He worked very sensitively with the indigenous people of his state in Dakota, and as Secretary of the Interior, he oversees federal lands, but is also the chairman of the National Energy Dominance Council, the NEDC. And given the enormous consumption of energy in the United States, despite the fact that it's a net exporter of energy, there is a need to build more energy resource in the United States, not least as the U.S. seeks to maintain its advantages in artificial intelligence development fueled by very energy-hungry data centers. So this is a person who can bring together for this audience the issues of energy security, tech sovereignty, and the ways in which he can work with countries in this region and adjacent ones to ensure that the great promises of AI and of the new economies that are evolving are supported by sufficient energy. So with that slightly filibustering introduction to ensure that the room has settled, could I invite the Secretary of the Interior to take the podium and deliver his special address to this 21st Manama Dialogue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. It's so great to be here with all of you, and I want to especially thank our gracious host here in Bahrain, especially the Crown Prince Salman for his nation's warm hospitality for myself and a team and all of us here from the United States. Also want to give a shout out to Tulsi Gabbard, who I know was here last night, a fellow cabinet member, Director of National Intelligence, and all the others, including Sheikh Nasir and others that are doing such a great job of hosting us. Also grateful for all of you that are here, and for John. Thank you, John, for your decades of work to pull together this important collection of ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, business leaders. The topics that you're all discussing here today are important for the entire world, and I appreciate the dedication that all of you have towards securing national security and to building dialogue and collaboration around the world. It's an honor to be with so many leaders that understand how integral that energy security is to national security. And I'm here today just to offer some brief remarks and then take a Q&A with John and the group, but I would want to start with the highest level. It's been an honor to serve as part of President Trump's cabinet, and as John said, in the newly formed National Energy Dominance Council. The National Energy Dominance Council is made up of about half of the cabinet, with the understanding that it takes a whole of government approach to make sure that everything from sanctions to tariffs to our nuclear energy, to the enormous blessing of glorious natural resources that we have on public lands in America, that all of these come together along with permitting reform and regulation reform to make sure that we can move at the speed that's needed. President Trump understands that national security is deeply entwined with energy security, and I think that you're seeing President Trump really exercise what we call energy diplomacy in his work around the world. I've been asked to try to summarize the U.S. perspective, and I would put it into two words. Number one is peace. President Trump desires almost more than anything that we stop the wars and stop the conflicts around the world, stop the killing, as he likes to say, and that as a world, that with peace at hand, that we can then start focus on prosperity, and that there is a opportunity for a golden age of abundance for not just the United States and our allies, but for every country, working together towards the common goals that all desire. With that, I would say there's another deeply entwined part of this peace and prosperity mission, which is a complete redirection relative to energy production that may have been gone on in the more progressive world. And that is that this idea that somehow that we're in a period of energy transition. We're going to transition from one form of energy to another form of energy, reflecting that somehow demand for energy was static. But we have a very common sense approach and an understanding that right now we're in a period of massive energy addition. There is no transition per se, but energy addition. We need more energy in the world to power prosperity. We need more energy in the world to fuel artificial intelligence. And we certainly need more energy for those in the world that don't even have access to the basic things like electricity today. And so when President Trump talks about the Energy Dominance Council, it's really about going beyond energy independence. It's about fundamentally to have energy diplomacy. You have to have the energy to sell to your friends and allies so that they do not have to buy from your adversaries. To have energy dominance is energy abundance, to be able to have affordable, reliable electricity prices for consumers and industry, but also to be able to have the power to be able to win the AI arms race. So with this perspective we've been pursuing, and I would just have to say it's been incredibly remarkable. If you think back to just 1 year ago, we were days away from the U.S. election, and under the prior administration there was actually a ban on the construction of LNG export facilities in the United States. Today, here I stand before you, the United States, the #1 LNG exporter in the world, and our exports are up 25% over a year ago, 25% on top of the largest number of the world. The level of investment and construction and ingenuity and innovation that's going in to speed our ability to expand the exports of LNG off of the Gulf of America, the Gulf Coast, to our allies, particularly in Europe, has been remarkable. But there's more to come. And I would say, again, President Trump's not only completely changed the direction of our country in terms of energy production, we also as he famously talked about during the campaign, when he would say, drill, baby, drill, which was a euphemism that everyone could understand for we need to increase, not decrease, energy production. In July, we set a record of 13.6 million barrels of oil today production in the United States. We expect that number to climb even further because we've taken such a 180-degree different direction in terms of permitting, and particularly on public lands. President Trump's interest in this region, I think, speaks for itself. The very first diplomatic mission he took upon being in office was to the Gulf region. That was a mission that was acclaimed around the world. It was a mission that reaffirmed friendships. It was a mission that reaffirmed military and strategic alliances and helped, again, pave the way for the dramatic results of the ceasefire that we've just achieved in October when he made a trip to Europe. Many of you, I'm sure, were there, or the leaders of your country were there, celebrating that historic moment. What's next in terms of the U.S.? There's one major conflict that rests heavily on Europe's and President Trump's mind, and that's the Russia-Ukraine conflict. There certainly is an intention to bring that conflict to a close. Like terrorism around the world and terrorist groups that were funded with sales of petroleum products, many of those coming from Iran. The Russian war machine is fueled by sales of oil and gas. And again, under the idea that we want to sell energy to our friends and allies so they don't have to buy from our adversaries, there's a concerted effort between the U.S. and the EU to be sure to be able to supply all the LNG that Europe needs so that they can stop buying Russian gas. This is going to mean investments in infrastructure in Eastern Europe. Certainly one of the strategic goals we have is a north-south corridor for LNG. The amount of LNG exports to Europe have hit an all-time high. The U.S. has the capacity. We have 5 more LNG facilities, all of considerable scale, coming online. We can meet all of the Europeans' needs for replacing 100% of Russian gas with U.S. production. But we need the infrastructure. So again, investment opportunities abound in Eastern Europe as we give particularly those landlocked countries in Eastern Europe the optionality to have not just one pipe into their country, but 2, so they have the optionality of who they purchase from in the future. In closing, to wrap up these opening comments, is to just say again, thank you to all of you that are here. And again, thank you to John for this convening. The opportunities for alliances with the United States have never been greater. The opportunity for partnerships and investment in our country have never been greater. As we move to onshore, reshore manufacturing, as we head into the AI era of AI, there's going to be increased demand for electricity in all forms. And I would just say on the AI front, it's important to understand that a kilowatt of electricity is worth more today than it ever has been in human history. A kilowatt of electricity now can not only turn on the lights in a beautiful room like this, or heat a home, or help move a car. You can convert electricity directly into intelligence. Software during my lifetime has been the one thing that has transformed human capability more than any other invention. It's something that's extended the capability of the human mind. But now with AI, where we can not only just develop products, AI software can actually develop code. It can start solving problems on its own, or problems that we would direct it to solve. And so there's going to be an explosion in productivity, but it also comes with that a demand for electricity. Every manufacturing plant in the future is going to be highly automated. If it's highly automated, it's going to have robotics. The robotics are going to require electricity. So there is a huge demand for electricity in the world, and there is a race that's on to make sure that the United States can have all the electricity that we need to win the AI arms race, and to make sure that we've got affordable energy prices for everyone. Because as you know in this room, energy is not a separate energy. It's not a separate industry. Energy is the basis of all other industries. It's in the clothes we wear, the cars we drive, the food we eat, and having affordable energy prices is the key to prosperity. So again, I'll close where I began, which is with gratitude for all of you, and for gratitude for being in a room of people that understand that energy security and national security are intertwined, but prosperity of the planet is also tied to energy policy. And with energy abundance, we can lift the lives of everyone around the world. With that, I look forward to taking questions from all of you. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. I think the Europeans in the room will have been very content with your linking your energy diplomacy in part to the policies the President is pursuing in the interest of getting a peace between Russia and Ukraine. The Bahrainis in the room will be very interested in your message of economic partnership because of the CCPA arrangement that was signed, and others may well soon join. I have several questions piling up, but I thought I might just ask one to kick off with you. The IISS at the end of last year published a very thick dossier on energy security in the Eastern Mediterranean. I know that you're shortly off to Athens and that you're engaged in Eastern Mediterranean energy diplomacy. It's a very complex region, the Eastern Mediterranean, and I wonder whether you could give us a sense first of how you approach that visit and your diplomacy with the states of the Eastern Mediterranean.
Well, this will be Secretary of Energy Chris Wright and I, and Deputy Secretary Danley, who's here today from Energy, will all be at PTEC in Athens. But this follows up that both Secretary Wright and I were both at Gastech earlier in Milan this year, where we had an opportunity between the two of us. I think we met with over 20 different energy ministers during the time that we were there. This is, again, all about pursuing this idea of if the United States produces enormous amounts of LNG and we're investing in all that export facility, we have to make sure that commensurate on the other side that there are the ability to receive it. There's been discussions about NATO upping their defense spending for security to 5%. That's broken to 3.5% of that was going to be directed towards defense, 1.5% towards infrastructure. Think about that infrastructure as being part of the investment, because if energy security equals national security, making investments in pipelines to be in LNG import facilities would again help strengthen that. In the Eastern European or Eastern Mediterranean, where there are enormous gas resources and some of that development has begun, over there. There's discussions around the 3+1, but how do we develop those resources as another way to create alternatives? Because whenever we've got energy abundance, that's going to reduce chokeholds of aggressors that might feel like, hey, because everyone's buying from us, then we have the ability to exert more power. So energy abundance is great for prosperity, great for peace. So we'd like to see how those resources develop. And it's not, if you have an idea of energy abundance, then it's less about scarcity. It's not like, oh, we're worried about, a customer being displaced by some capability in the Eastern Mediterranean, because there are so many opportunities for us to lift up the whole world, and particularly with LNG, such a versatile fuel. I mean, can be used for heat, can be used for electricity, which we need for AI, as I talked about, but it also can be used to make fertilizer, which we need for food generation. So again, there's a tremendous future for LNG around the globe.
And one quickie before I go to the 8 or 9 people who now want to ask you questions, and that is, one initial I didn't hear from you was SMRs. Where does small modular reactors fit in the national economic dominance agenda?
Well, President Trump signed 4 executive orders around nuclear earlier this year. Since the time that he signed that, there's been a record amount of capital flowing back into this industry. This was an industry in America that was at one time the U.S. was the preeminent in those capabilities, but concerns, a lot of it, as we say the word NIMBYism, not in my backyard. People had concerns about safety. Some of those, I think, unfounded. I mean, it became a bit of a hysteria around nuclear, as I've shared humorously, but it's true. A vending machine like that you would put money into to get a can of pop or a candy bar come out of. More people have died in America in the last 30 years from getting angry at vending machines and it tipping over on them than have died from nuclear. And that just happens to be an odd little quirky but true thing. I mean, the safety record of nuclear is incredible. With SMRs, one of the great benefits of SMRs, and there is a great future there, is being able to put the power generation close to where the load demand is. And it won't be just for specialized things like, hey, we've got a remote air base in the middle of Alaska, or we've got remote parts of our country to be able to do that, and then you cut out all the costs of building transmission lines because you can put the generation next to there. There's some real benefits, but there's real competition. There's over a dozen companies right now that are pursuing new designs, tremendous amount of innovation, and again, venture capital flowing back into that. We expect nuclear. This is all on the fission side. There are some people that still hold out that there's a possibility for fusion. Yeah. The last thing, John, I would say, which I didn't talk in my remarks, but the other thing that the NEDC is focusing on is critical minerals. And as we begin dialogues with other countries, and if you saw the activity of the last week, just a week ago Monday, we signed the first of an agreement with Australia. Since that time, we've had Malaysia, Thailand, Japan, Korea, and many others lined up to join part of this club of nations that could trade freely, both processing and critical minerals amongst each other, in part in a response to the export controls announced by China. So we are also, that's another thing that we're deeply involved in from the NEDC, and happy to take questions on that as well.
Super. Well, thank you very much. I'll take 5 or 6 questions and clump them up together for you, but first from Bahrain, Hassan Al-Hassan.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm right here in the back. From a market share perspective, the U.S.'s quote-unquote energy dominance agenda seems to set it on a collision course with net oil and gas exporters here in the region. The energy dominance agenda itself is framed in zero-sum terms, and perhaps that's no coincidence. But my question is not about oil and gas, it's about nuclear. Saudi Arabia and the United States have been negotiating for quite some time the terms of a civil nuclear energy cooperation agreement, but those negotiations have been somewhat slow to fully materialize. Could you provide us with a status update, Secretary, on those negotiations? And are you concerned that if those negotiations ultimately collapse or do not progress quickly enough for the Saudis, that the Saudis will instead opt for non-American civil nuclear technology, including perhaps Chinese? Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll collect those. Verlyn Owens.
Thank you, John. Secretary, you, of course, already mentioned critical minerals, which are, of course, vital for modern energy technologies and an intensifying area of strategic competition. How is the U.S. seeking to realign these supply chains? You've mentioned a couple of countries already, but will the mineral security partnership still feature part of your efforts? And secondly, could you offer a status update on the creation of a critical minerals reserve, akin to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Thank you.
And from the U.S., Jonathan Bass.
Hi, Secretary Burgum. Thank you for coming. Jonathan Bass from Argent LNG. We're developing the 25 million ton facility in Port Fourchon, Louisiana. My question to you is, we signed a deal with Turkey to supply gas into the Balkans, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and we're getting pressure from the Russians internally. How do you see that pressure being counteracted by those governments to be able to take on American gas as a separate supply in creating an energy hub in Turkey?
I'll take one more and then come back to the Secretary, James Hackett from the UK.
Thank you, John. Secretary, could you briefly explore, back on the subject of CRM, critical raw materials, what's the US onshoring strategy in this regard? What are the key priority areas for extraction, but also refining, which was the key pinch point, not just the minerals themselves? And what's your aspiration for this region and the place that this region can hold in US CRM policy moving forward? Thanks.
Perfect. So nuclear cooperation with Saudi Arabia, critical minerals reserve, the Turkey, Balkans, and Russia nexus, and onshoring critical minerals. Over to you.
Okay, great. Well, let me jump in the same order here. But first, relative to Saudi Arabia nuclear, and again, the energy dominance. I mean this partly with I would say with a smile, and partly not. But the Energy Dominance Council came up with a name. Inside the White House is where the Energy Dominance Council is. There's also the National Economic Council, NEC. National Energy Council would have had the same initials, same acronym. This would have created a lot of confusion, just like the NSC, which is a different group. But the NEDC was, again, as I want to say interchangeably, energy abundance with energy dominance. It's not about dominating another nation or whatever. It's about having the energy to be able to not be dependent, be able to, again, sell energy to your friends and allies. But there is so much demand. It's not net zero. There's so much demand coming in the world for energy, particularly around electricity. We're just short of electricity relative to what we need to power this whole AI generation. So it really was a call to America to say we've got to increase. It's not a transition. It's an energy addition. And of course, when we were trying to come up with names, some of you, I saw that Metallica is playing here in January, so they're even in Bahrain. So there must be some interest in aging rock bands still touring the world. But AC/DC from Australia, they started touring 55 years ago. Some of the same people are still touring. Their T-shirts had AC/DC with a lightning bolt. So then we were thinking, if we had merchandise, that it would be NEDC with a lightning bolt. Hopefully that's all translating. But with that on the nuclear front, I had a great meeting electronically with ABS just before I got on a plane to fly here on Thursday night. And so the discussion with Saudi Arabia is ongoing. I expect there's going to be a lot of activity between now and when the Crown Prince is visiting the United States on November 18th. I would expect that I'm very hopeful that now that the conclusion with the discussions in Asia, that there will be significant announcements and hopefully even agreements signed when the Crown Prince and the President are together here coming up in 18 days. So that's but those negotiations, I would say, are ongoing. Relative to critical minerals, there was two. Yes, we need a reserve for critical minerals, and so do other countries as well. But the United States in particular, again, I would call it environmental extremism that has been applied for the last 20 plus years at home has helped kill the mining industry in America. We've got rare earth minerals all over our own country. We've got critical minerals. You take a look at the periodic table and say, what are the top 20 most valuable materials? I mean, China is doing 85 to 100% of the processing in the world. So it's not just a U.S. problem. It is a global problem, and gives China, which imports 1.5 million barrels of oil a day. They import more coal than anyone else in the world. They import more gas than anyone else in the world. They're also the world's largest, for those, if they might be here from the EU or others that are still concerned about CO2, they're the world's largest emitter of all of these things. But they're a country that does not have food security and does not have energy security. But they made a decision 30 years ago. Let's have a chokehold on the rest of the world relative to strategic minerals. And the United States in particular, we let that happen to ourselves, and we're determined to make sure that we do not have that dependency in the future. That means that we have to onshore processing. We have to get back in the mining business, and many actions have been taken. One of the things that's probably the most remarkable in a country that has stayed away forever of having government ownership in the private sector is there have been free deals that have been announced where the Department of War, using effectively congressional authority to be able to make investments in companies that are doing critical mineral processing. We don't want to own 51%. We don't want to have government-run businesses, but we needed to send a signal to the capital markets that we were interested in reviving those industries in America. So, for example, whether we own 10 to 20% of a company, in some cases those companies' market values have tripled since the announcement of U.S. participation. The Department of War, formerly Department of Defense, taking off-take agreements, and then also a commitment that we're going to be doing stockpiling or strategic reserves. And again, as I tell the senators, yes, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, we're working to begin to refill some of that. But if we've got extra dollars laying around, it's more important for us right now with the shale revolution between the Marcellus, the Bakken, and the Permian. If we need more oil, we know where to go get it, and we just go turn that switch on. So we essentially have an underground reserve there that we can tap into, but we did not have the resources we need into the critical minerals. So there's a determined attempt to do that, to make sure we have that. What was happening, as I'm sure you all know, if a U.S. company got into mining, they started to develop a material, there'd be illegal dumping by China that would collapse the price. The company would go from being profitable to not being profitable. Then they not only couldn't do an IPO, they couldn't even get a loan in some cases. They were literally killing the mining industry strategically in our country, and the United States government is saying, and from a defense security saying, we can't let that happen. That is one of the questions was also about this region. This is another discussion that I had with AVS when we were on the phone the other day, is about critical minerals, and often critical minerals don't exist in their own. In the case of Saudi Arabia, there's some of the two heavy metals that are most important are also tied to the same mining operation with uranium, and so it's integral sometimes when we're having a discussion about uranium relative to nuclear discussion, relative to 1, 2, 3, to also be having that intertwined with the discussions about critical minerals. So I think, again, those complex negotiations will continue, but we're interested in keeping those going. And the same thing in the U.S., where there's been an ideological battle waged against coal in our own country. We're absolutely, under this administration, trying to reverse that, in part because many of the richest deposits of critical minerals in America for some of the key minerals like gallium, germanium exist inside U.S. coal. And if you're processing the coal for thermal uses and doing that in a clean way, if there's a coal plant running in America, it's extremely clean because it's been under regulatory attack for 20 years. I mean, if they've survived this long, they're among the cleanest facilities in the world. But we would have an opportunity jointly to attach on critical minerals processing to some of those existing operations.
Wonderful. Can you offer any comfort to Jonathan Bass on Turkey, Balkans, and Russia's role?
Oh, thank you. Yes, that was my last one here. But yeah, we do have the U.S. ambassador from Turkey is here with us today. I know he's going to be in some dialogues with us this afternoon. If you haven't had an opportunity to meet him, please do. We see this as part of this idea of getting LNG to Eastern Europe, and Turkey could play a key role there.
Super. We'll take 4 more and then come back to you, Mr. Secretary, from the United Kingdom. Tom Beckett.
Thank you. Secretary Burgum, President Trump in his first term berated Europe for its energy reliance on Russia, and he was quite right to do so. If countries opt, and building probably on Jonathan's question, if countries opt to buy from the US, will the US be a reliable supplier, or will it turn taps off and tariffs on at a whim?
Mona Al-Razaist from Bahrain.
Yes, thank you. So the U.S. has declared a national energy emergency, and Mr. Secretary, you also mentioned the Energy Dominance Council, and it's going to accelerate oil, gas, and geothermal development. So how does the U.S. plan to lead on global energy security without undermining climate goals?
Thank you very much. And from one of our young leaders from Morocco, Hatim Aznagwe.
Thank you so much. Hello, Honorable Secretary. Thank you. Much of the U.S. approach to the regional energy security still relies on the legacy frameworks built for hydrocarbon flows and crisis response. As the Gulf acquires greater geopolitical momentum and the Mediterranean becomes increasingly relevant to supply diversification, what specific mechanisms in the United States prepared to modernize or rethink to ensure this cooperation does not remain reactive but anticipatory and institutionalized building? Thank you.
Thank you. And from Bahrain, Faisal Sayed.
Good afternoon, Secretary. Touching on rare earth minerals again, amidst recent Chinese stances and comments and threats with respect to shutting off rare earth minerals, could you please explain how realistic and feasible is it to challenge Chinese dominance to prevent these bottlenecks, and what timeline is this execution realistic?
Thank you. And 2 more, one from Sascha Buschmann of Germany.
Thank you, John. Mr. Secretary, with your U.S. hyperscalers basically hyperscaling there seems to be an exponential increase in demand for electricity, much of it produced from natural gas. Given that natural gas is also now really important as an export commodity to Europe and has that security dimension, I'm curious about is the exponentially growing demand by AI at some point going to eat into your export capacity? Where do you see both grow? Because both seem to be growing, which is how do these trend lines collide?
And finally, Bruna Hult-Oxendorf, the Director of Science and Technology Committee of Parliament.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here at the back. Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for your interesting remarks. So in my role at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I work with 280 legislators from across the 32 NATO countries, and obviously defense spending is very high on our agenda, especially the new 1.5%, which you mentioned earlier on. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on the 1.5% investment in terms of the energy pipelines. It is my understanding that the framework for the 1.5% is still being negotiated and agreed upon at NATO HQ. And famously, obviously, the Italians have been said no, a bridge from Sicily to mainland Italy does not count. And I would be interested in hearing more if the US will push for energy security equals national security in terms of the 1.5% investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think that presents quite a package of questions for you. So over to you, sir.
Well, let me start off with Thomas's question off the bat from the UK on tariffs and would the U.S. turn the taps off. One of the things that I think is important, while I haven't seen a headline, but if you take a look at the the tariff strategy of the United States, energy's never been a part of it. It's not, even with Canada, you might say, oh, there's a battle going on between the U.S. and Canada over tariffs. That's about automobiles. That's between Ontario and the state of Michigan, which side of the border the auto factory to be on. I mean, the U.S. is, a huge partner with the western provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, in terms of millions of barrels of oil a day flowing back and forth across those borders. My own state was a border state with Canada. We had pipelines flow in both directions. Zero tariffs on energy. The intention, at least right now, there's been no indication that we're going to have any plan other than to continue that way. And with this Club of Nations approach on critical minerals, same thing, tariff-free exchange. I think it's important that as part of this energy diplomacy, that we've got the free movement of energy. Energies are, it's global markets. We expect that. And again, the commercial interests are so aligned. Forget the politics or the policy, but the U.S. energy is not. It's not a government. It's not a government, oil or gas company. These are private companies. They've got strong, powerful interests. When they develop customer bases around the world, they don't want to have policy shut them off. They're still confused about why the prior administration even said you can't even build an LNG export facility. But maybe that, again, I'll jump to that other question that the individual asked from the U.S. about hyperscalers and demand. The U.S. has the remarkable ability to continue to increase our gas production in many of these shale fields, which are still growing. As the field develops, the gas-oil ratio keeps increasing. In my own state, during the time that I was governor, the gas-to-oil ratio doubled. And so people say, oh, your oil production is, relatively flat. And I'm like, yes, it's flat, but our gas production has doubled. Well, how's that with no more wells? It's just the ratio, it keeps increasing. So we've got the ability, and the thing which I would also tap into this thing from a global pricing standpoint is Alaska has so much gas. Well, the Alaska pipeline was created 50 years ago. This was a technological marvel. It starts on the North Slope. It goes 800 miles, it crosses 3 mountain ranges. The highest one is 4,100 feet above sea level, up and down. It was built on the North Slope in an area where there's frozen tundra. It's on stilts. It's an area of seismic. It's got the ability to withstand the seismic activity. So 50 years without a spill. And this pipeline was built in 28 months, and they had to build the road next to it. Was in a place that was a roadless wilderness. So this is back when America could build great things quickly, and part of the Trump administration is we've got to be able to build, like incredibly great technological marvels and do that at a speed that we were able to do, in our own lifetimes. How do we get back to that? But for every barrel of oil that came off the North Slope, and it's been billions of barrels of oil have come south of that pipeline, there was no ability to export gas. The gas that came up with every barrel of oil was re-injected in the ground. I mean, there's known trillions of BCF that have gone back into that North Slope. And when we look at the demand for LNG from our Pacific allies, Japan, Korea, Philippines, others that have virtually no oil and gas resources. It's 8 days from Anchorage, Alaska to Tokyo. It's a secure supply route that we can provide. So there's an opportunity as we look at markets around the world where there's going to be increasing demand. Africa, India, China continues to have consumption going up. There's markets everywhere, but we need more supply. Otherwise, we're going to have, again, the inflationary impacts that would affect global prosperity. So that's another aspect. But and then the hyperscalers, which again, when I said earlier that a kilowatt of electricity is worth more than ever has been in human history, that flows back into the business models of the tech company. I spent 30 years in tech before I became a governor. I was a corporate officer for one of the largest tech companies in the world. During the time that I was there, the company grew from $9 billion in net income to $18 billion in net income. We grew from 40,000 employees to 90,000 employees, and we had almost no CapEx expenditures. No CapEx expenditures. We were a software company. We hired salespeople and software developers. If we needed, an office in Munich or Singapore or someplace, you leased it. So there literally, even as a corporate officer, there wasn't a CapEx meeting to go to. Today, right now as we sit here, the 5 big tech companies in America have a combined CapEx budget for next year, the next 12 months, of $384 billion globally. $384 billion. Almost all of that is going into trying to, chips, AI factories. I call them an AI factory, not a data center, because the data center is a closed loop thing, between a company and their customer and transaction. I mean, an AI factory is producing a GPT, general purpose technology. It can be used by anybody. It can be used to cure cancer. It can be used for defense. It can be used for anything. The demand for that capability, that productivity enhancing capability, is going to be enormous. And so these guys are trying to build out power generation because the regulated power producers in America have been lulled to sleep for the last 30 years in a regulated environment where they're managing an asset base towards a return that was determined by often state regulators, as opposed to being real entrepreneurs that say, if I produce more electricity, someone will pay more for it. And it won't erase, and if it's off the grid, it won't affect the consumer pricing. So there's going to be a whole revolution in how power is generated, but that's creating demand, global supply chains for turbines, for transformers, for everything else that we need to produce that electricity. But again, there is capital that's flowing around the world, but that's just for 5 companies. And again, just put it in perspective, if any of you, are a financial analyst or follow markets, $384 billion from 5 companies is bigger in the U.S. than the next 5 industries. I mean, you throw, automotive, plus manufacturing, plus whatever, you can't get to $384 billion from 5 industries, much less 5 companies. And so this is a complete sea change that anybody that's in the energy business needs to understand. There's a whole new set of customers that didn't even come knocking at your door other than to sell you software. Now they're going to be some of the biggest consumers of this, and their focus in the short term is on natural gas because, the nuclear stuff is a few years away. Someone did mention geothermal in here as well, but we're committed. It's not in the U.S. that we're committed to, people have misused this word renewables. It's about base load. It's about persistent, affordable base load. It's about energy sources that aren't highly subsidized. The Trump administration is not ideologically against wind and solar. We're against spending taxpayer money through the roof to subsidize forms of electricity that don't work when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing. And then if they say, but we'll solve it with batteries, but all the batteries come from critical minerals that are controlled by China, that's not a good national security policy. So geothermal we can do at home, nuclear we can do at home, gas we can do at home, hydro we can do at home. So all of these things, which might also fall into the category of renewables, are something we're interested in. We're just not interested in doing the massive subsidies on the back of taxpayers.
And then perhaps you could just end exactly on that note and explain how you would respond to the specific question of whether it's feasible to challenge China's dominance in rare earth minerals to prevent bottlenecks. What's the poker play that's going on there?
Well, I think part of this is a great question. Part of it I addressed earlier, which is again, it's a huge, big step forward. The U.S. government, through the Department of War, is investing in companies that do critical mineral mining and refining. I mean, this is like not happened before, where we're making direct equity investments in those companies. And then we're also opening up public lands. President Trump signed with a stroke of a pen, there's a 211-mile industrial toll road that's going to be built in northern Alaska that goes to the Ambler mining region. There's over 1,700 mining claims there. It's one of the richest mining areas in the world. It's never been able to be accessed before. That's going to happen. So we're doing the things to increase supply. We're making investments to restructure how capital can flow to the refining industry, and we're partnering with all of our other allies. The framework that I described that's been signed by 6 countries in the last 2 weeks, any country that wants to have that discussion with us should, because I think very quickly we can say, here's the framework, join the club, and let's all work together to solve the critical minerals supply issue together.
Mr. Secretary, we might have to close with that, but could I myself close by saying, as a chair, it's really a joy to see someone not only so passionate about their subject matter, but in such command of their subject matter. And thank you for addressing this audience on energy security and for your participation in this 21st Manama Dialogue. It's been a delight. Thank you very much.
And if I...
You're a cabinet secretary. You haven't lost quick word.
I don't want to kill your applause line, John. Sorry, but I was going to say to everybody here, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the dialogue. And for those of you that are in dialogue with the United States, again, we are grateful for all of our partnerships across this region. And we're grateful for the opportunity to continue to use energy diplomacy to bring peace to not only to this region, to the whole world, but also to make sure that we've got prosperity for every citizen on the globe. It begins with energy security, or national security begins and ends with energy security, but so does prosperity. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, sir. Well, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this second plenary session of the 21st IISS Manama Dialogue on the theme Securing the Gulf, Diplomacy, Economics and Defense. We have four great friends of the Manama Dialogue process and of the IISS and of the Kingdom of Bahrain here to address this comprehensive issue of security in the Gulf. First, of course, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of our host country, Dr. Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Zayani, with whom the IISS has worked very well, even before he became the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as GCC Secretary General, and in his previous important roles here in the Kingdom. It's always a pleasure to welcome here Saad Badr bin Hamad bin Hamud Al Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman. Oman has been a great promoter of international diplomacy. We, by the way, are honored regularly to host a small conference in Muscat every year, trying to bring together the countries of South Asia. And we missed Saad Badr last year, but happily we have been able to get him here again. And Oman has played such an important role recently in all forms of regional diplomacy. It's a pleasure to have the Foreign Minister of Greece, Georgios Geropetratis. He's here also with his National Security Advisor, Thanos, who's been a member of the IISS for 30 years, so I hope you'll ultimately achieve that record as well. We have a great relationship with Greece, and as I mentioned during the special address we just had, the IISS published a very important dossier on energy economics in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're grateful for all the input we got from Greece. And Luigi Di Maio, who comes again as a special representative for the Gulf region from the European Union. Some of our panelists in the first plenary were asked, is there enough bandwidth, in essence, for Europe to play a constructive role in the Middle East, given the challenges it has on its own continent? And I think, Luigi, your mandate is to ensure that happens. So with that lengthy introduction, but one that served the ancillary purpose of setting you in the room, could I please ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Al-Zayani, to address this second plenary?
In the name of God.
And thank you for chairing our panel today. I'm really honored to be with our distinguished ministers, our friends. It's quite an honor, and thank you, my friend, the Minister of Oman, Badr, for really making the effort to join us today. He's very busy, but he made sure that he will be present only for this panel. So really, thank you. Thank you, sir. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the Kingdom of Bahrain for this 21st edition of the IISS Manama Dialogue, a forum which reflects Bahrain's enduring commitment to dialogue and diplomacy as the only truly effective means to resolve conflict. The theme of this session underlines that true security, whether for the Gulf, the Middle East, or globally, is multi-layered and requires sustained and genuine collaboration among nations. Security must be built on a vision aligned with the aspirations of our region's peoples, a vision where diverse religions, cultures, and beliefs coexist in peace, where differences do not mean division, and where our shared humanity compels us to ensure equality, dignity, and opportunity for all. Bahrain firmly believes that conflicts are best resolved through understanding and dialogue by fostering an environment where communities unite to confront common challenges. Education and cultural exchange are vital. They foster tolerance, nurture trust, and ensure that every voice contributes to shaping the future. Fundamentally, security means protecting national territory, safeguarding citizens and infrastructure, and preserving our global connectivity through freedom of navigation, cybersecurity, and the unhindered flow of trade and information. In Bahrain, we are convinced that enduring security depends on genuine cooperation with our regional and international partners. We take pride in our defense cooperation with our GCC brothers and international partners through coalitions to counter terrorism and piracy, enhance maritime security, and build capacity. Bahrain's role as host of the Combined Maritime Forces, a coalition of 47 nations, securing vital maritime routes in the Arabian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden, exemplifies this commitment. Additionally, the recent establishment of the Arab League Council of Cybersecurity Ministers highlights our proactive approach to emerging threats. Such cooperation is further reinforced by agreements such as the GCC Joint Defense Agreement, which states that an attack on one is an attack on all, or the recent bilateral defense agreement between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, making our collaboration the cornerstone of regional stability. True security cannot be achieved by a single nation acting alone. Ladies and gentlemen, economic development and integration are essential for achieving true security. A fragmented region beset by economic instability in which people's aspirations remain unfulfilled can never be fully secure. But by fostering economic interdependence, we can provide immediate benefits for our citizens while reinforcing trust and cooperation and make conflicts less likely. This is clear within the GCC, where we are advancing toward completing the customs union and establishing a common market, laying the foundation for full GCC citizenship, whilst deepening global trade and investment ties, including the conclusion of a free trade agreement with international partners. Another practical example of this interconnection between prosperity and security is the Comprehensive Security Integration and Prosperity Agreement, CCPA, signed between Bahrain and the United States, and subsequently joined by the United Kingdom. CCPA embodies a simple but enduring truth. Our shared security is inseparable from our shared prosperity. And we hope this framework will include more partners who share our vision for a rules-based, cooperative order in the Gulf. Drawing all these threads together is the role of effective diplomacy. Diplomacy that respects sovereignty, advocates for non-interference, promotes peaceful settlement of disputes, and fosters good neighborly relations. This vision, upheld and advanced by Bahrain's leadership, will continue to guide our foreign policy as we look to build coalitions for peace, through which we can work collectively to achieve a more secure and stable region. Excellencies, at the heart of the Middle East's enduring instability lies the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Without a just and lasting resolution, it will continue to undermine all efforts to achieve genuine security. We are therefore greatly encouraged by recent fruits of international diplomacy on Gaza. The adoption of the peace plan, presented by President Trump and supported by the work of regional mediators. This could represent a pivotal moment, as the first phase has already brought a ceasefire, the release of hostages and detainees, and the delivery of humanitarian aid to Gazan civilians. The plan can form the foundation for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Gaza, which could facilitate a broader regional peace. What is needed now is a renewed commitment to diplomatic efforts to ensure that all parties fulfill their obligations comprehensively and in good faith, supported by all those countries who yield for peace in the Middle East. Because ultimately, a secure and prosperous Gulf and Middle East will remain an elusive goal unless the Palestinian people achieve their legitimate right to an independent and sovereign state, living in peace and security along Israel. This objective must be complemented by the resolution of the Iran nuclear fire through renewed negotiations between the United States and Iran, aimed at addressing regional concerns. We must also support Lebanon in implementing the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1701 and the Taif Agreement. Assist Syria on its path toward ability and stability. Back the efforts of Saudi Arabia and Oman to advance peace in Yemen, and support the Quartet in mediating a peaceful resolution in Sudan. Distinguished colleagues, the concept of securing the Gulf encompasses a complex and interdependent web of factors, from the physical defense of our nations and the protection of our sea lanes, to economic diversification, to the exercise of responsible and principled diplomacy. As Bahrain assumes its non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council next year, these considerations will be at the forefront of our minds, while collaborating with global partners to ensure not only physical security, but also to foster lasting trust, cooperation, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Zayani, for also reminding us the plethora of issues that need defense diplomatic attention, and for recalling for this audience that in January you take your seat up at the UN Security Council, so we'll have 1/15th share in global security management from there. Thank you very much. Said Badr Abu Saidi, the floor is yours.
Shukran. Thank you. Gentlemen, dear colleagues, I wish also to extend
My thanks, first of all, to the Kingdom of Bahrain and the International Institute for Strategic Studies for organizing this dialogue. I am really glad to be able to contribute. Every year, this event provides an excellent platform for all of us to express views and listen to a variety of perspectives. This diversity of ideas, of thought, no doubt will benefit us all as we unite around the conviction that stability is always fostered through dialogue. True security cannot be achieved through policies of isolation, containment, and exclusion. True security requires inclusivity, and history provides ample examples of this. Since the revolution of 1979, Iran has been seen as a threat. It was believed that Iran sought to export its revolution and destabilize its neighbors, and that the best solution would be a policy in which Iran was isolated and contained. In Oman's view, this was never a solution. Since around 1989, we observed that Iran has shown openness to rapprochement with the West and the desire to integrate into a regional status quo. By engaging constructively with its neighbors, Iran could demonstrate that it is not a threat but a committed partner in fostering regional stability and cooperation. During the invasion and occupation of Kuwait in 1990, Iran demonstrated, in our view, considerable restraint. We saw this as a sign of its readiness to engage, and we advocated a collective and comprehensive regional security structure, optimistic that Iran might be included. Looking back, I believe that if such a structure had been established, the war that followed in 2003 could have been prevented and many lives could have been saved. The policy of containment persisted, and Iran remained viewed as a threat and an outsider in its own region. No serious effort was made to include it in regional security dialogue. The only positive developments in the following decades came through diplomatic and economic engagement. Exactly the kind of engagement that the policy of containment resisted. Earlier this year, as many of you know, Oman was hopeful that such engagement would again benefit regional security. During 5 rounds of US-Iran nuclear talks, we made very substantial progress. But just 3 days before the 6th and possibly the decisive round of talks, Israel unleashed its bombs and missiles in an illegal and deadly act of sabotage. This was shameful, but unfortunately, it was not surprising. We have long known that Israel, not Iran, is the primary source of insecurity in the region. Israel's deliberate efforts to prolong tensions had, in this case, killed hundreds of Iranian civilians. But Iran responded with remarkable restraint, just as it had when Israel bombed its consulate in Syria, injured its ambassador in Lebanon, and assassinated a leading Palestinian negotiator in Tehran. Over the years, the GCC has at best sat back and permitted the isolation of Iran. I believe this needs to change, and it needs to change now. Oman has long hoped for a more comprehensive mechanism for dialogue with all states in the region, including Iran, including Iraq, including Yemen. This would strengthen the security efforts of the GCC, no doubt. It would reflect the fact that Iran also has a real and legitimate stake in the security of the Gulf, so is Iraq and Yemen. And it would place us all in a much better position to address other pressing challenges, such as maritime security, drug and human trafficking, and climate change, to name but a few. How can we have regional security if major regional players are excluded from the conversation? How can we have regional security if major players are excluded from the conversation? Inclusive dialogue promotes harmony, mutual respect, and deeper economic ties, creating incentives for restraint that containment or zero-sum approaches cannot achieve. Failing to engage constructively and in good faith with Iran, with the Houthis, and others will not resolve issues like proxy wars, human suffering, or nuclear proliferation. On the contrary, exclusion fuels conflict, extremism, and instability, worsening exactly these challenges. Only an inclusive regional security framework can effectively address shared challenges, leverage collective resources, and pave the way for a more stable and prosperous future for our peoples. Thank you very much.
Saeed Badr, thank you very much for that call for inclusivity, and I'm sure in the question and answer period there might be points made about how one ensures a consensus amongst the 6 countries of the GCC to work in support of a safe Yemen, a stable Iraq, and a friendly Iran. And if such a consensus can be created within the GCC, perhaps it can be widened to other actors that have played a role in the region. But with that, could I invite the Foreign Minister of Greece to address this second plenary?
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the Manama Dialogue, a pivotal forum for fostering dialogue and cooperation. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Kingdom of Bahrain and to the International Institute of Strategic Studies for organizing this important and timely dialogue forum. And above all, I would like to thank my dear friend and brother, Dr. Al-Zayani, for his leadership in responsible diplomacy and his warm hospitality. The theme we are discussing today, securing the Gulf, diplomacy, economics and defense, is both urgent and far-reaching. Because securing the Gulf means securing energy flows, global trade, technological development, and ultimately human lives. Let me be clear from the outset. Bahrain and the rest of the Gulf states today are not merely regional players. They are global players, and they have proven this not only through their economic reach and energy leadership, but through active diplomacy and forward-looking investments in technology, education, and green transition. The Gulf, with its strategic location, energy reserves, capital flows, and diplomatic outreach, will play a key role in our shared future. In this endeavor, Greece offers itself as a reliable partner, a nation rooted in rule-based diplomacy, respect for international law, steadfast defense, cooperation, and the belief that shared prosperity forms the best foundation for peace. A maritime nation committed to freedom of navigation and protecting trade routes, and a hub for energy, connectivity, and logistics across regions. We meet today at a critical juncture. After 2 years of conflict, there is a glimmer of hope for the Middle East. I wish to commend President Trump on his commitment to promoting peace, as well as Egypt, my dear Sameh, and Qatar, whose role in mediation has been instrumental for the last 2 years. The release of all living hostages is a great relief for the whole world, as is the fact that the guns have partly, at least, silenced in Gaza. The peace agreement is a crucial first step for a political solution and Israel's full regional integration. This would provide a dividend of peace for all countries of the region through economic cooperation and interconnectivity. We're looking forward to the implementation of the next phases of the plan, including recovery and reconstruction of Gaza, as well as a comprehensive political process towards a two-state solution. Greece, an integral part of geography of the greater region with deep historical and cultural ties with all people therein, will spare no effort to support this process. Greece is in a unique position to contribute to the implementation of the plan, given its strategic relations with the Gulf countries, with Egypt, with Israel, its long-standing support and cooperation with the Palestinian Authority, as well as its role in the UN Security Council. Promoting sustainable peace, stability, and prosperity in the region is a key priority for my country. Yet, challenges remain. How to ensure security or governance in Gaza, how to oversee disarmament, how to link reconstruction to regional integration and international investment. These are tasks that the international community, and especially the Gulf states, given their capital, their legitimacy and regional position, must play a central role in solving. Full engagement by the Gulf states in security reconstruction, de-radicalization, capacity building is absolutely necessary. Dear friends and colleagues, Greece aspires to become a bridge between Europe and the Gulf region, leveraging our historic, cultural, and strategic connections to the Arab world and Israel. Our approach is multidimensional: economic, diplomatic, energy, security, cultural, and we're making concrete progress. On defense, we see ourselves as natural security partners of all Gulf states. Our deployment of Patriot missile systems in Saudi Arabia exemplifies the deep trust and their commitment to safeguard regional security. We have embarked on as many as 19 joint initiatives with Saudi Arabia aimed at enhancing military cooperation, including joint projects in military industry, as well as offering specialized training. Similarly, our joint action plan and strategic partnership with UAE focuses on foreign policy and defense, including joint military exercises, intelligence sharing, and coordinated efforts to enhance maritime security. Participation in multilateral exercises such as Medusa 13 underscores our belief that the Gulf security is inseparable from European security. Maritime security, in particular, remains a cornerstone of our strategic engagement in the broader Middle East. With one of the longest coastlines in Europe and the largest merchant fleet in the world, Greece's commitment to safeguarding freedom of navigation is both a fundamental national interest and a critical element of regional stability. Uninterrupted flow of maritime trade routes through strategic choke points like the Red Sea and the Bab el-Baghdad Strait is essential for global commerce at large. Recognizing these imperatives, Greece has highlighted maritime security as a core priority during our United Nations Security Council term, and in this vein we have taken a leadership role in Operation Aspides. We intend to intensify our efforts regarding the maritime security priority within the Security Council, alongside with the Kingdom of Bahrain, which we will welcome in exactly 2 months from now as elected member of the Security Council. Congratulations, my dear brother. Dear colleagues and friends, the establishment of new trade and energy corridors between Europe and the Middle East is essential. These corridors will not only reinforce our mutual interests, but also deepen the interdependence, creating shared stakes in peace and prosperity, and opening the way to further integration among continents. Greece aspires to become Asia's gateway to Europe. In this context, we strongly support the expansion of the Abraham Accords and the India-Middle East-Europe corridor. IMEC is more than an economic concept, it is a strategic security infrastructure. Our broader objective is to establish the Eastern Mediterranean as a hub of stability, connectivity, and integration. In this vein, our foundation is already very strong. The port of Piraeus ranks among Europe's busiest. Additional Greek ports are being privatized and upgraded to enhance multimodal logistics. Almost 55% of our energy mix now come from renewable energy sources, and our target is 80% by 2030. We're advancing electricity interconnection projects which will contribute to energy security and green transition. The Gregi project connecting Greece and Egypt, the GSI project connecting Cyprus, Israel, and Greece, and we have signed an MOU on energy cooperation with Saudi Arabia. Also, Greek companies already operate across the Gulf countries in infrastructure, services, health, digital, and energy sectors. Connectivity, physical, energy, digital, human is the backbone upon which security, prosperity, and regional integration can rest. Distinguished colleagues, the challenges we face are transcending borders. All types of challenges today are cross-borders, be that conventional armed conflicts, climate crisis, the cyber attacks, the food insecurity, water insufficiency, migration. They cannot be treated by a single state or an alliance of states. In spite of this, multilateralism is now retreating. What we need is partnerships, vision, and shared purpose. I call on all of us, Arab states, European and Western partners, international institutions, to recognize that securing the broader region is not only a regional imperative, but it is a mission of global relevance. And we need to revisit the basics of international cooperation, the peaceful settlement of disputes, deliberative dialogue, and intergenerational solidarity and sustainability. Let us build together a new architecture of diplomacy, economics, and defense, one capable of delivering stability today and prosperity tomorrow. Thank you.
Many thanks for that quite extraordinary review of Greece's interest and activities in this and the wider region, and in particular you're reminding us of the aspirations around IMEC. I remember being present when President Mitsotakis in New Delhi in front of Prime Minister Modi about 18 months ago really pressed this hard. If there's a chance to revive in new circumstances that IMEC activity, I know that Greece would take a special interest in it. With that, the European Union, it's your turn to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir John. And first of all, Highnesses, Excellencies, let me thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for this invitation, and in particular, a very good friend, Mr. Al-Zayani. Thank you for your words, for your remarks. And as you said, cooperation and diplomacy is at the core of the security of our regions, of both regions. As European Union, we consider the security of the Gulf and the security of the Middle East the security of Europe. There are no doubts on that. We are so interconnected. Our economies, our people, our security and defense systems are so interrelated that we cannot avoid to work together. And on that, the key word, in my opinion, if we look at the title of this panel, how to secure the Gulf, the key word, in my opinion, has to be region-led processes. If we look at the future of the equation of security of the Gulf and the broader Middle East, the point about how to build this equation of security has to go through the region-led processes. The Minister, His Excellency the Minister of Oman, mentioned the important mediation that Oman facilitated between US and Iran. And I think this is a very important symbol of how we have to deal even towards the several issues that are in the region, supporting our partners in the region in order to achieve a sustainable peace. In the past, we know there were many deals about that, but sometimes the mistake was to make these deals above the heads of the regional actors. The support, the consensus from the region is very important for any kind of initiatives in cooperation and diplomacy. I think that this equation of security, looking from the point of view of Europe, goes through three important paths: state creation, state building, state transformation and protection. If we look at state creation, obviously the most important thing is the Palestinian state. Our initiative as European Union with Saudi Arabia of launching the Global Alliance, I see Dr. Radmon here present, we are very proud of that, because the phase one of the Trump plan was very important for achieving the goal of a ceasefire, and I would like to thank Qatar and Egypt for achieving this for pushing and for keeping the hope in achieving this goal for several years. This phase one is instrumental to work on the phase two, that is obviously to reconstruct Gaza, to create a governance, to have a governance, to the disarmament of Hamas. But looking at the future has to be the two-state solution. And for that, as European Union, with the countries of the Gulf, with the GCC, we are working a lot in this direction, even with our member states, like France, that together with Saudi Arabia, they had the New York conference, and now we have a New York declaration. State building, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. Our interest is the same when it comes to the stability, to reinforce the institution of these countries, to create a prosperous future for the people of these countries. On that, I would say the engagement is very high between our member states and the member states of the GCC, but even between the European Union and the GCC regional organization. And state transformation and protection, on that the vision programs of the Gulf are really impressive, very attractive for our companies. We are facilitating more and more engagements between our business communities, but in the awareness that we are not only making business. We are connecting our societies, we are connecting our entrepreneurs, we are connecting our workers, our managers. We are creating a common future, even because when I look at the vision programs and our programs in Europe, the ambitions are matching a lot. We really appreciate even the effort of the GCC of resonating as a more and more united community, as we are doing the same in Europe. The GCC vision for regional security, I had the honor to attend the presentation, is something very important because it looks at a common initiative for regional security more and more towards the Gulf, the Middle East, and our mutual interest. I think that we are in a similar phase where we are trying to keep more and more united our communities when it comes to defense and security. And then the multilateral cooperation. The countries of the Gulf were very instrumental even in exchange of prisoners between Ukraine and Russia. Our main issue in Europe, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and their role in trying to achieve a sustainable, lasting peace. It's very important. We attach a lot of importance on that. And finally, when it comes to preventive diplomacy, we are very proud that with the GCC, as European Union, now we have this program of training training together our young diplomats. I think this is the future of our diplomacy, to have the opportunity more and more of having our young diplomats together in training and simulations and working together. And in a day when they will be head of missions, they will work together in the awareness of knowing each other more and more. Economic security, it means many things, but in my opinion, it means to free our goods, to free the movements of our people, and the GCC and the single member states of GCC, they know very well how we are working on the liberalization of our markets in bilateral and regional processes and the liberalization of the visa. Last year we just achieved the goal of a visa multiple entries for all the GCC citizens, that it gives them the opportunity of applying for a visa when they want to come to Europe, having a validity of 5 years. It's not enough, but it testifies how we want to connect more and more our people, that is at the basis of the peace and the security of both regions, in my opinion. Finally, defense. We are not yet at that stage as Euro-GCC relations, but we are having a very important exercise that is called Structured Security Dialogue at senior officials level. Our officials are discussing of how to work more and better on cyber, maritime security, on disaster preparedness, and many other issues. This is just a first stage of, I hope, inshallah, a more developed program in working even on the defense side together. We are having, in both regions, because of the new threats, a very important strategic rethinking. This strategic rethinking on both sides might be even an opportunity for connecting more our co-investments in defense, our cooperation on maritime security initiatives, and so on. And finally, really, my last 10 seconds for my speech, we are looking just in 1 year at the second ever summit of the leaders in Saudi Arabia, under the Bahraini presidency of the GCC. And as the Minister of Greece knows, we are working a lot in trying to create concrete deliverables for this summit, probably in the autumn of 2026. So we have 1 year for having concrete deliverables on all the issues I mentioned. And IMEC can be a very important vehicle for achieving these goals. And this is why I count on all of you, civil society, representatives, highnesses, in working together for achieving incredible, very important deliverables in view of the next summit in 2026. Thank you very much.
Luigi, thank you very much for having also just touched, even if very lightly, on the amount of hybrid and so-called grey area threats with which one needs to contend. Some grey area threats can be both bleak and black in their consequences, and a coordinated response to that is important, and also for touching on the vitality of people-to-people links that you touched on. I've got a lot of people who want to make points and ask questions, so I'll go through about 7 or 8, then come back to the panel for each of them to give their responses to them. You spoke about the younger generation, so could I ask first Mariam Azabi from the UAE, one of our young leaders here.
Your Excellencies, first of all, thank you for your contributions to this conversation. My question is to His Excellency Al-Boussaidi. Do you foresee a future of an exclusive security structure or even a dialogue for both Israel and Iran on a GCC level? And if not, can it be started with an economic level of partnership or even a conversation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Bahrain, Nof Al-Wadi, also a young leader.
Good morning, Excellencies. So this year has been an unstable year in terms of armed conflict, which has even reached the borders of GCC countries such as Qatar, not once, but twice.
done by state actors in a way that can only be described as a violation of sovereignty and thus a violation of international law. So while the GCC countries strive to be mediums and drivers of peace, how can the GCC countries be proactive and not reactive when it comes to maintaining its internal security and its defense systems? Thank you.
And from Bahrain, Mariam Al-Dosari.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. As you've highlighted, Gulf security today extends beyond traditional defense to include a strong economic dimension, from supply chain reliability to energy and food systems, financial stability, and technological resilience. How are Gulf countries in particular further integrating this economic security agenda into their national security strategies? And where do you see the greatest opportunity for international partnership in this context? Thank you.
And from the UK, Sami Sampson.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. My question is, security is a mix of hard and soft power, and you very comprehensively covered the soft power aspects. What role do you think hard power deterrence has also in securing the Gulf, and what form does that take? Thank you.
And from Italy, Maria Luisa Fantapie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My question will be for Minister Al-Busaidi, who strongly advocated for a more inclusive policies. And I wonder whether in this moment where many of the GCC states are actually looking more for boosting their defense rather than going to diplomacy, what can be realistically done to engage other GCC members to facilitate a return to the table of the negotiation between Iran and the United States?
And then from Oman, Hailana Al-Busaidi, please.
Good evening, everyone. This is Haylan Al-Busaidi, an Omani with a Greek name. Considering, my question is for His Excellency Sayyid Badr Al-Busaidi, considering the geographical location of Oman, what is Oman's position when it comes to maintaining maritime security within or without its borders, especially when it's known that Iran supports the Houthis with weapons?
Thank you very much. And from Jordan, Laith Al-Julini.
Thank you, Sir John. I have a question to His Excellency Al-Zayani. You mentioned that security requires a vision. Back in the days in 2010, Amr Moussa came up with the Arab Neighborhood Initiative, and the EU has the Southern Neighborhood policy. Does the GCC on the collective level see or envision some sort of a plan for the Khaliji neighborhood? The Gulf is surrounded with countries that have conflicts, suffer from sovereign debt risks. Do you have some sort of a collective vision to tackle these issues?
And from Bahrain, Hassan Al-Hassan.
Thank you very much, John. I have two closely interrelated questions for His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Oman, Sayyid Badr al-Busaidi. The first, Your Excellency, is that Israel's strike on Doha in September, I think, clearly showed that in an age of international lawlessness, mediation can carry significant and grave risks. It just so happens that Oman is a key mediator with Iran and the Houthis. Has your appetite for mediation been dampened by recent events? My other related question has to do with Iran. It seemed as though in the lead up to the 12-day war in June that the GCC states and Iran, through their first ever ministerial, through high-level exchanges, even with the Iranian presidency, had reached some form of mutual understanding on non-aggression. Now that understanding seems to have collapsed when Iran chose to strike the Al-Udeid base in Qatar. What are you doing in Oman to help restore that mutual understanding, perhaps by renegotiating a set of more realistic and mutually agreeable terms? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And from the UK, Harry Dawson.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. If we talk in terms of practical action, recognizing the slippery slope of reductionism that this can lead to, what would you say is the immediate practical step that we can take to ensure a safe Yemen, secure Iraq, and a friendly Iran to achieve this truly collegiate region in the Gulf that we're all striving towards? Thank you.
And I'll take a couple more, maybe three, before I come back to the panel. Saudi Arabia's Khalid Ben Khalif, please.
Thank you, Excellencies. Quick question to His Excellency, Mr. Di Maio. I am happy to join your recognition that we successfully first of all, allow me to introduce myself. Khalid Ben Khalif, the Director of the Department of Europe at the Secretariat of the Gulf Cooperation Council. So I'm happy to share your recognition that both the GCC and the EU successfully established early last year our regional security dialogue, after which we identified at least 5 or 6 areas of cooperation, including counterterrorism, maritime security, non-proliferation, cybersecurity, and international organized crimes, as well as drug trafficking. Now the question is, how can we energize taking those areas of cooperation from exchange of views level to a more operationalized manner, especially following our first ever summit of last year, representing a major milestone in the history of 4 decades of relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And from Egypt, Sarah Al-Manawi.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. My name is Sarah Al-Manawi, and I'm Egyptian-British working for NATO Strategic South Hub. My question is about the Gulf Partnership Framework. And we all see the Gulf manages to maintain partnerships across US, China, Europe, and even Russia. And now we've been hearing statements about having to approach Iran again with diplomatic efforts to stabilize relations. When these interests inevitably diverge, what principle guides the GCC alignment decisions, and in particular, how the GCC plans to handle the Western focus on Iran's nuclear file while also balancing bringing Iran back to the regional table? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to disappoint a dozen people by only taking one more question from Fenella McGurty.
Thank you, Sir John. My question is for Mr. Di Maio. In light of the higher defence spending across Europe and the aim for much of it to be spent on European defence industrial capacity, what impact might this have on the potential for future defence industrial cooperation between European countries and those in the Gulf and the wider region, and the role that plays in underpinning economic and security independence, as we've been discussing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that is a very diverse and full set of questions and comments. What I think is best for us to do is to have the panelists speak in the reverse order in which they initially spoke. But I also want to apply the principle of proportionality here. So maybe a couple minutes for you, a couple minutes for you, and Said Badr, you might get 6 minutes here because so many came to you, and then Dr. Al-Zayani can conclude. But I need to respect the fact that there were a lot of questions on your very interesting proposal. So, EU first.
Thank you very much. There are 2 questions that are connected to my mandate, and the first one is about this structured security dialogue EU-GCC. It was not for granted that our officials were able to meet and to discuss such sensitive issues like counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and all the others that His Excellency mentioned. So I'm very happy about the fact that we, in 2 rounds of discussions, we already delivered very important common positions that are the basis for working to energize, as you said, this process. In my opinion, now we should continue the talks of the structured security dialogue, but probably we might choose one item and to try to go in a more concrete dimension. Obviously, my favorite one would be the maritime security. But I know that on that there might be different nuances, even because You know, we have a mission, 2 missions in the region, EU Atalanta and the EU Aspides. So I know that on maritime security, probably we need a medium-term process. But on the short term, counter-terrorism or cybersecurity might be very interesting. To work together in order to try to connect now even at level of our member states, our intelligences, our universities, our ministries in charge for that, and to try to develop a common initiative. We know that US and UK in this region, they have more developed initiatives in this direction with very important programs. And we know that at the same time, there is a room for more cooperation in these fields between the European member states, the European Union, and the GCC. So let's choose, in view of the summit, one item, and let's go ahead concretely. Second, and the last answer, is about the future of the industrial cooperation in the defense sector. I have to say, this is something that is very on our member states, and the industrial cooperation between some member states of the European Union and some member states of the GCC is already ongoing and sometimes is even very structured. The point is that if we are looking both at a new dimension of strategic autonomy, where we have our historical allies that usually are the same, US, UK, but we want to partner more and more in this sector for co-investing in the new technologies, in the new tools for the defense cooperation, this is the right momentum. Then probably for achieving the goal will take years, but we have to start. This is why, in my opinion, this tool of the strategic partnership agreement that we just launched as European Union for partnering bilateral with each one of the GCC member states might be a very good tool for creating a framework of the new era of cooperation in the defense sector between GCC and EU. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. And Minister Jarpetritis?
I will speak only for a minute and then allow for further discussion to those who have received many questions. I will be very brief and I will elaborate on one point, which is hard power versus soft power, which is, I think, of critical importance because what we see now is essentially the failure of the post-World War II international security architecture. As we can see, multilateralism is going downhill. I think the United Nations have failed to address critical issues concerning the two major wars, both in the Middle East and in Ukraine. And this allows further space for power to intervene. And the more the power is intervening, I think the more we transfer the actual legitimacy from soft power to hard power. And this is exactly the response also of the European Union to those challenges, because today strategic autonomy primarily means the defense capabilities. We have completely shifted from the idea that prosperity lies primarily with economy, and now we consider that prosperity essentially lies with defense. And this is, in my eyes, a total failure of the structure, the architecture that we have composed. And this is both in terms of structures. The United Nations, I think, have developed a structure which does not allow for effective decision-making, and the mere fact that we do not tend to act proactively. One can only see what is happening today in Africa. And we have the events in Sudan and in Tanzania, which probably in a few months or in a couple of years is going to be a new Middle East or a new Ukraine. Yet, we wait for those incidents to become a true conflict, a very deadly conflict, in order to respond. So, lack of preemptiveness, of foresighting, has resulted in a transfer of essential power from soft diplomacy power to hard power.
Well, thank you very much. Said Badr, my AI tool here suggests that you got 4 questions directed to you and 5 to the panel of which you are part. That could be 9. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to approach these questions from a wider perspective. First of all, John, I think you did very well in terms of picking the right people for the questions because most of them are young. They represent the future. And I love that, the fact that most of these questions really rotate around the positive elements of where we want to be in the future, a better future. And I think a better future will undoubtedly really re-emphasize my point in my remarks about inclusivity. We need to begin within. When I say that, it is the region. And the region is not just composed about 6 GCC countries. It is also composed about our neighborhood, which includes Iran, Iraq, Yemen, and others, even India, Pakistan. They are all part of our region. And I think, as the famous, well-known saying, charity begins at home, we need to really address these questions within and then expand it to encompass our neighborhood, our immediate neighborhood. I think when you asked about proactive GCC, yes, we are all in favor of a proactive GCC. We are all in favor of a more interconnected partnerships within, but also with our partners everywhere, whether it's Europe, the United States, elsewhere. Someone asked about hard power versus soft power. I mean, I am in favor of more soft power. Hard power for what? Who's our enemy? Who are we going to fight? I really think our enemy is our ignorance. That is the number one enemy. And to overcome ignorance, we need to talk more frankly among each other in terms of our region and also with our partners elsewhere. We need to be frank. We need to address these things in a more proactive, constructive way. There is more that can unite us than divide us. There aren't answers to every question. There will never be. But we need to work harder on the positive elements that unite us, that really makes us friends to all, where we want to prosper and achieve a win-win solutions for all these issues rather than only focus on the negative elements. Of course, we have appetite for negotiations, for dialogue, wherever that is possible. We want to return to the negotiations between Iran and the United States. And someone asked about the strike on Qatar. Well, the answer to that needs us to just look at the reasons and the causes for that strike. Why did Iran did that? Certainly they didn't start it. They didn't start that war. So I think that is a very easy, really, answer to that question. I think we need to advocate for dialogue. We need to advocate and keep advocating for a better, more regular understanding about the concerns among us, and try and build the concept of confidence building and trust between Iran and the GCC through engagement and dialogue and regular dialogue. With Yemen, the same thing. With Iraq, the same thing. With everyone else. So really, I think confidence building is a must to try and begin to really understand each other better for the kind of coexistence, peaceful coexistence we want to achieve. And finally, really strategically speaking, we all know the number one important pillar of stability for the long term is the resolution of the Palestinian issue. I think that has to be a fundamental, central theme where we should all put resources towards it, because resolving that issue in a just way, bringing and delivering justice to the Palestinian cause is a very, very important pillar for the long-term security and the sustainability of security for our region.
Saad Badr, thank you very much. Might I just ask you one more question that did come from some on the floor? Concerted regional diplomacy is usually aided by a common threat perception. And we know that there have been times within the GCC where there have just been very different threat perceptions about Iran that one hopes would be easily included in the region. So what work can the GCC within itself do proactively to harmonize those threat perceptions, without which concerted diplomacy towards Iran might be absent?
Exactly the same recommendation that we have been advocating for so many years, particularly since the invasion and the occupation of Kuwait, where we have come up with a structure, a proposed structure, to have a very structured, regular framework of engagement with Iran and Iraq and Yemen to that extent. But that never really took place, unfortunately. And I still think that is a very important, prerequisite to try and mitigate the concerns that you have alluded to.
Badr, thank you very much. And I'll close with our host country, Dr. Al-Zayani, recalling, of course, that there have been times within the Manama dialogue where that platform has been available to Iran, Iraq, Yemen, and one hopes it could be again. Dr. Zayani.
Thank you, Sir John. I think I'll start by answering the question on the vision, whether it's a collective vision. I think my answer will be it is really a comprehensive and collective vision. The vision is by just talking to the normal people in the streets of the Middle East. What do they really want? They want a region where all the peoples in the region live side by side, despite their differences in religion and ethnicity and ideology, in a safe and secure and prosperous region where the future generation of the region can prosper together. They can trust each other. And for the current generation to live and let the future generations to inherit a region that has that potential of achieving peace and security for all the peoples in the region. When we say all the peoples in the region, that means it's all-inclusive. And we really realize that the security and stability of the Middle East affect the stability and security of Europe and of the world. And that's why I think it is really interconnected with the strategies in all the areas surrounding and close to the Middle East. And when we say all the people, we mean all the people of the region. That's the vision we would like to achieve. But to do that, we need to resolve the conflicts in the region, as I indicated in my remarks. The core and the cornerstone of achieving any peace is really resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But to resolve that, we need to also work on Gaza and resolve the problem in Gaza, uphold the ceasefire, support the efforts of the United States, led by President Trump, to achieve peace in Gaza. Then move into achieving a peace between Israel and Palestine, and tackling comprehensively all other issues and conflicts in the region, which are known to all. The question was on proactive and defense. I think what His Highness Sheikh Nasser covered last night, talk about the CCPA, is the catalyst, is the instrument that we believe can lead into having a collective effort and restructuring the security structure of the Middle East. The agreement is global, it's international. As was indicated last night, it has 3 pillars: defense, economic and trade, and science and innovation. It will bring the people also all together. Such agreement augment and complement the regional agreements, such as the Joint Defense Agreement for the GCC and the Arab League, and we can build on that to achieve the persuasive defense. But that leads me to the question raised by Sami, which is the hard force, the deterrence, achieving deterrence. I think no more deterrence is only by flexing the muscles or by increasing the footprint of the military. Even though it is an integral and very important element of achieving deterrence, but I think now deterrence is a combination of many variables and many factors, such as diplomacy, very hard, directed, cooperative diplomacy can act like deterrence and can contribute to the deterrence. The economical power and ability of the region will include in increasing the deterrence. Cybersecurity, technology, science, innovation, the national will, where you are providing to the people and people are united in achieving objective. All of those elements together, plus many, will contribute in achieving deterrence. I don't believe that deterrence is only hard power, but it also includes soft power.
Thank you very much. I think that's a wonderful note on which to end. We live at a time when too many act tactically and too few think strategically. I think we've had 4 persons here thinking strategically with the aim of acting strategically. Please, all of you, thank them for their presentations and their dialogue.